All right, we're live. We're going to call to order this work session meeting on October 12th, 2023. Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. I will say that we have two of our colleagues, board members, joining us remotely. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. The interpreters for tonight are Marta Ramos Urguiles and Marty Ramirez. Muchas gracias por la interpretación. Thank you for taking the time to join us. And so now we're going to look at our agenda and we're going to take a moment. Before we take a moment of silence, I just want to acknowledge the moment that we're in right now, and the many families that are impacted by violence locally and also around the world. And I also want to acknowledge that this is Hispanic Heritage Month, and that even as we carry on the acknowledgement of the importance of culture and people and diversity, and we are celebrating, we also do acknowledge that there are folks experiencing a lot of pain and uncertainty in this moment. And so I just want us to take a moment and to really just take a real moment. Let's take 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Thank you. And now we're going to go to our agenda review and approval. And I understand we have an amendment.
Yes, I would ask that we consider moving the resolution from item 9B, the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children Disability History and Awareness Month proclamation. If we could move that to be new item 7, just after consent.
Have a second? Second. It's been properly moved and seconded by Mrs. Byer, Board Member Byer and Board Member Carter Otten. And now I'm going to, since we have our Board Member Giovanni Lewis joining us remotely, I'm going to do a roll call vote. So I'm going to start with Board Member Giovanni Lewis.
This is Giovanni Lewis. I vote aye.
And Board Member Millicent Rogers also joining us remotely. And I'm going to call it Board Member Millicent Rogers.
This is Millicent Rogers and I vote aye.
Board Member Byer.
Aye.
Board Member Jessica Cardon.
Aye.
Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Member Umstead.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. And so that is unanimous. And we have passed our agenda. And now we're going to go into our next agenda item, which is our board work session minutes. If there are any comments about the work session minutes, we can hear them now. This is for the work session, September 14th, 2023. Not, I'll take a motion.
Move approval of the minutes from September 14th, 2023.
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded by Board Member Byer and Board Member Chavez. And I'm going to do a roll call vote. Board Member Lewis.
This is Giovanni Lewis. I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers.
This is Millicent Rogers and I vote aye.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Member Jessica Cardotton. Aye. Board Member Chavez
Aye.
and Board Member Umstead.
Aye.
And I would aye as well. I vote aye as well. And so we have unanimously approved our minutes. Our next agenda item is our general public comment. And tonight we have one person signed up to speak. If anybody missed the sign-in sheet, you can come in and let us know, and I will add you to the list. But I'm going to call forth, before I call forth our speaker for the public comment, I'm going to read some guidelines that we have established for public comments. Citizens wishing to speak to the board must complete the name, address, and phone number information on the sign-up sheet. And also, a citizen can only sign up himself, herself to speak. Another person cannot sign up for you. And the other thing is that we also just ask that you use the time allotted, and that also, let me just let you know that after you state your name, and if speaking for an organization, state the organization. And also speakers are asked to present their comments in a specified time, which I mentioned, and also the yellow light will come on, and then you have to start winding your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in the discussion with speakers. Our first speaker is Amy Koch, and so I'm going to ask Amy to come up. Thank you.
My daughter was born with two very rare genetic syndromes. This was not in my plan for her. As a nurse practitioner, it was not in my plan at all. It's extremely stressful and scary. She is luckily in high school, mainstreamed in high school. She went to George Watts, she went to Lakewood Middle, and she's at Jordan now and doing very well. In high school, I learned of the policy 3410, which is a testing policy where a child, if they're not in class for 3 or more and they have an A days, then they have to take the final, whereas other students can't. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about in an average semester, my child, who is doing very well in school, sees a nephrologist at least once a semester. It can be an all-day appointment. She has renal ultrasounds, blood work, waiting for hours for the doctor. If anyone has been to the doctor, you know, it takes a long time. She goes to the audiologist, which is at least a half-day appointment, and that happens about 4 to 6 times a year if everything's going well. Her retina specialist is about 3 to 4 times a year, and with those appointments, they're about 6 to 9 hours long. She often endures very painful procedures when she goes, and usually she's back to school the next day, so she doesn't miss as much school. Ideally, I try to schedule these days on days she's out of school, but holidays and weekends, clinics are closed, doctors are on vacation, and we are at the mercy of the specialist's availability. Last night, she had a vision change at her field hockey game, and she came home and told me about it. I quickly emailed her retina specialist and the Duke Eye Clinic. On our way to Jordan High School today, I got a call from the retina specialist and said, come on in. So we turned around the minivan and drove right on in. We were there all day. She missed school again today. She learned very upsetting news today too. And knowing that she has all these appointments and I have to take her to all these appointments, and this is just a few, she then knows that she is behind her peers and she's already has disabilities. She's behind her peers because she is accruing these days where she's going to have to take the final, whereas the other little friends don't have to take it because they were not disadvantaged by being born, not asked to be born with syndromes that cause her to be out of school. Having a policy allowing able-bodied kids the ability to sit out of an exam while they're disabled or medically fragile and complex peers are penalized is ableist. And it's discriminatory. And that is not what Durham Public Schools stands for in the mission that you just read today. So I appreciate the work that you've done already on talking and listening to the issues at hand. And I really hope that you take our experience into the way you vote on changing the policy for high school students. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that being our only public comment, even though we're not allowed to engage or have a conversation about the public comment, I will urge our administration if somebody will just mention something about a follow-up, and I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Our next item after general public comment is our consent items. Our board does meet, does have a time to review consent items in advance. And they do get to meet with administrators as well. And so we have consent item approval of school treasurers for year 2023, 2024. Can I get any discussion or motion?
Approval of the list of school treasurers for the 23-24 school year.
Second. It's been properly moved and seconded by Board Member Chavez and also seconded by Board Member Jessica Carter-Otten. And I'm going to take a roll call vote unless there's any discussion, just checking. If not, then Board Member Lewis,
This is Javanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
This is Millicent Rogers. I vote aye.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Member Carter-Otten,
Aye.
Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Member Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. So it's unanimously approved. And our next agenda item is Chief of Staff, and I'm going to pass it to our Chief of Staff, Dr. Tanya Giovanni. So sorry, that's right. We moved the proclamation before the Chief of Staff. So actually, let's hold off on Chief of Staff. Let's go ahead and move into the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children, DEAC. Is it called DEAC? Yeah, disability.
Actually I think there's a typo and I think it's DA. Yeah, you said it right.
Yeah,
Mine was typed wrong.
DEAC. Okay.
Yep.
Disability History and Awareness Month Proclamation.
Yep.
So good evening, Board Member Valadares, the members of the board, and Dr. Mabenga. At this time, Dr. Kristen Bell will take through the podium and share with us the background around the proclamation. And tonight we are asking for action that the board would read the proclamation into the record for Durham Public Schools.
And may I ask that we please upload the proclamation to the screen? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The proclamation, I think, was originally presented in 2019 by, at the time was called Durham Special Needs Advisory Council. And I know that some folks wanted to be here today and they might have anticipated it being later on as well, from formerly called DSNAC. And now they've recently changed their name to Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children. And they originally collaborated with a couple different agencies and entities very supportive of people with disabilities to create this proclamation. And we recently, it's been read in the previous years by the board, and this year we made some revisions to it just to update with present day representation of people with disabilities, and appreciate you taking the time tonight to read it. And I'm happy to address any questions or that you may have at the end of that. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bell. I do know that, this is a very important proclamation, and I thank Nicole for putting our proclamation on the screen for all of our community to see. Would you like for us to go ahead and read it? Yeah, okay. I think we will start. I think we just want to make sure that our colleagues online are able to see it, and we can start, I think, with Board Member Lewis, if you'd like to start, and then Board Member Rogers, and then we'll go to Board Member Byer and down the line.
Thank you. I can see it. The Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children, Disability History and Awareness Month. Whereas the General Assembly of North Carolina ratified Senate Bill 753, designating the month of October as Disability History and Awareness Month, and requiring local boards of education to provide instruction on disability history and awareness. And
whereas Durham Public Schools and our community partners believe in the importance of highlighting the achievements and contributions of individuals with disabilities and acknowledge that unjust societal barriers and attitudes keep some individuals from realizing their full potential at school, work, home, and or in their communities. And
Whereas over 15% of Durham Public School students in preschool through high school are identified as having a disability as defined by the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, and
Whereas antiquated attitudes and beliefs of disability as a weakness or as a categorization that systematically defines and confines a person as less capable, less deserving, or simply less than must be eliminated. And
Whereas progress has been made over the decades to advance disability rights, there is a recognized shift to also embrace disability justice, which provides a framework that articulates an expectation of difference in disability, identity, and culture, embracing the impact of intersectionality and the collective's need for interdependence. And
whereas disability history education must include the events and stories of injustice, segregation, and oppression, as well as the advancements made over time. And disability awareness must also include acceptance and authentic inclusion, not mere tolerance. And
whereas prioritizing an open, inclusive district and school environment is critical to adopting and implementing equitable best practices to acknowledge and support the strengths and talents of students with disabilities, as well as to meet their educational needs. And
whereas inclusive classroom settings, equitable access to resources, and the recruitment and retention of high-quality staff benefits all students with disabilities. And
whereas instructing all students in disability history and awareness promotes an inclusive and welcoming school community and can improve the lives of all students by deconstructing barriers created and sustained by ableism, discrimination, and ignorance, while building connection, communication, and collaboration between students, regardless or perhaps because of their differences. And
whereas Durham Public Schools recognizes and celebrates the value and talents that people with disabilities add to our workplaces and communities.
now therefore be it resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education does hereby proclaim October 2023 Disability History and Awareness Month for Durham Public Schools and recommends that all schools implement programs and special activities to instruct all students on disability history and awareness. And
be it further resolved that the Board of Education encourages administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas to acknowledge Disability Awareness Month and use resources that are inclusive of all our diverse learners. And
be it further resolved that the Board of Education calls on all students, educators, and community members to observe Disability History and Awareness Month and advance efforts to support and advocate for individuals with disabilities.
special acknowledgement is extended to Emerge Pediatric Therapy, Exceptional Children's Assistance Center, ECAC, Autism Society of North Carolina, Durham County Library, and Durham County Cooperative Extension for serving as initial co-creators of this proclamation in October of 2021. This is signed the 12th day of October of 2023. This is such an important proclamation. I thank you so much for representing a department and more a purpose and a cause that is so near and dear to all of our hearts. And I speak as a parent of children with disabilities. I speak as a parent and also a community member from this community as well. And so I'm so honored and thank you so much for bringing this forth. And I'm going to open the floor for any additional comments from my peers.
I really appreciate this proclamation, and I've heard from some families who appreciated the activities that happened at their school, so that their student who did not feel isolated or alone, but it was an opportunity for them to share about their abilities, their disabilities, with other students, which I think is really important. Help build connection and empathy with each other. I wanted to know if we're providing any resources or are schools doing a lot of the work on their own to do the celebrations?
Great question. A little bit of both. We've definitely provided ideas of activities in a Google folder for schools to use. And we've reached out to, in preparation for this meeting and also afterwards, we'll to get ideas of what's happening at the school, because it's so widespread from pre-K to 12, the activities that are happening. just hearing about things happening in dance classes and field trips and bringing speakers in. And, ideally, we want this to be just a part of the culture and the work that we do. It's part of the fabric of who we are, not just an October event. I think that's with any of the month kind of celebration, like the ultimate goal is this is who we are. We do this on a regular basis. We celebrate students with disabilities. But there's a lot of great stuff happening. So schools are coming up with their own, they're collaborating and using the resources and the expertise and the knowledge that they have, and also have used our resources as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'm just so excited about this. I'm honored to serve on this group that used to be DSNAC and now is DAC. And this is a most amazing group of parents, families representing some of our most incredible students. And I'm looking forward to ways that our public affairs can actually get some of these celebrations out more widely this month of October, just to remind all of us of the incredible work that is going on in Durham Public Schools, of the intersectionality of this work, and how we need to embrace it as our core mission. So I'm so excited to make this motion whenever you all are ready on this proclamation.
One quick thing, and I wanted to say, I appreciate that you added in disability justice. That's it's nice for us to, it's good for us to learn more about what that really means. And so I hope that, we'll take this opportunity to learn more what that really means. It's not just, inclusion, but a justice, just what it says. So, and listening to the people most directly affected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just checking if our colleagues joining us remotely, Board Member Lewis or Board Member Rogers, if you have any comments.
I do. This is Millicent Rogers. I'm grateful that we were able to get this proclamation in front of us today. I do want to uplift and highlight that this was one of the features in October observances in the new weekly Spark email out of the Office of Public Affairs. And so if people are attentive to their email, I believe this went to everybody connected to DPS, right? Parents, educators, all staff. And so it's featured there. And I am appreciative of that. And obviously it's on our website. And I'm just really grateful that we are being inclusive to all students and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rogers. I just have one more thing that I will share in terms of why this resolution is so important. As somebody, again, from this community who also has children in the Durham Public School system, one of the things that I always heard from them is, not wanting to be outed as an EC kid. And it was very painful to me as a parent when my own children wouldn't ask for help and didn't want, anybody to know that they're an EC child. And this resolution speaks to 15%, but more that it speaks to the entire DPS community. It speaks to the entire DPS community that there is no shame in being different. And I think that if there's an agenda, folks have emailed sometimes saying, you have an agenda. Yes, I mean, I have an agenda. No, the agenda that we have on this board is to uplift, as we talked about in our mission, and make sure that no child ever feels excluded or treated differently. We want our children to have a welcoming, safe place to learn and to be all that they are, right? And so I really thank you for the many ways through intersectionality and so many other ways that we continue to do that with you and so many of our school leaders. So thank you for bringing this to us. And just a lot of gratitude to our community and to the DAC group, formerly DSNAC, and also other iterations of this group that we talked about in our meeting with, folks who joined during the pandemic and were meeting remotely. And I was just amazed to meet so many people who care about this from the community, a community of supporters, even working through the pandemic. I remember joining those calls and seeing you there as well, Dr. Bell. So thank you for this work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are going to approve this resolution. We're ready?
Well, I think, we're ready for a motion.
Have a motion and we're going to do a roll call vote.
That sounds great. I would move approval of the Disability History and Awareness Month proclamation.
Second,
Oh, we got a lot of seconds. Okay, hold on. I think I heard Board Member Lewis. Was that you, Board Member Lewis?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Board Member Lewis seconded. Okay, so we've been properly, moved by Board Member Byer and seconded by Board Member Lewis. And I'm going to do a roll call vote. Board Member Lewis,
Shivanya Lewis, I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
Millicent Rogers, and I vote aye.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Member Ricardo Otten,
Aye.
Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
and Board Member Umstead.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So we have unanimously approved the resolution, Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children Disability History and Awareness Month proclamation. And now we're going to, without any further ado, go to Dr. Tanya Giovanni, our Chief of Staff for Policy 3410.
Thank you, Dr. Mabanga, members of the board, community members. If we could pull the slide, the PowerPoint up. And while we're waiting for that, just a little bit of history. If you recall, the board requested some conversation around the exam exemption portion of policy 3410. So it's only a small portion of the entire testing and assessment program policy that the board did discuss at the last meeting. Next slide, please. So the original language provided for in policy 3410 that was brought before the board is on the screen, and it reads, any absences lawful or unlawful except those resulting from school-sponsored field trips, school-approved activities, religious holidays, or school system-approved medical hardship waivers count toward the limit for final exam exemption. So this is a language that we discussed and the board provided feedback to administration on, and we have now brought forward to you some proposed draft language. Next slide, please. There was conversation from the board at the last meeting regarding the purpose of this policy or this exam exemption being as an incentive and wanting to encourage the board having as a belief and a policy that it wants to encourage students to be in attendance at school, and that the purpose of the exam exemption is to incentivize grades and attendance for our students. So I went and looked at policy 4400, the attendance policy, and cut and pasted the language that has that aspirational attendance language in there. So this is actually verbatim already included in policy 4400, the attendance policy. And it just really is just encouraging and stating, how important it is for students to be in school, not just for themselves, but for their classmates and the teachers and just the school community in general. And then it does also provide that regular attendance develops, and the board mentioned this at the last meeting, good citizenship and just how to be a functioning adult. I also added in language from another school systems policy that all students shall be permitted and encouraged to take examinations, even if they are eligible for exam exemptions. The current policy has a language similar to that, but this is for the board's consideration if you do want to have that as part of your policy, that students are encouraged to take those examinations as well. Next slide, please. This is the track changes language regarding the lawful and unlawful absences. So I moved the count toward the limit up into the front. That was the last sentence in the original draft. And so I'm going to go through the exceptions and the carve outs to what counts as lawful or unlawful absences. So absences will count towards that limit to get the exemption, except for these express carve outs. Number one, bereavement due to death in the immediate family including but not necessarily limited to grandparents, parents, brothers, and sisters. Number two, documented college interview visits. Students must provide proof of attendance in order for this provision to apply to such absence. Number three, medical or dental appointment. And you would obviously get a note from the doctors when you go to those appointments, and that would support the carve out. Number four, there was a lot of conversation around what school-related or school-approved activities were. And I believe I shared with the board that some principals really weren't clear on that and had requested some additional clarity around what that meant. And in looking at policy 4400, there is a list of school-approved activities in that policy. And so like with all board policies, they have to work together, and we want to make sure that we don't have and I think Ms. Byer mentioned this the last time, that we want to make sure our policies are aligned with one another. And so I'm happy to list them out, but I think that would, just putting them in policy 4400, that way we know that we are tracking what exactly are school-related and approved activities. And school-sponsored field trips are listed in those, so I struck that out as a specific carve-out in here. And that was also suggested by, I believe Dr. Logan had mentioned, like having certain kind of carve-outs, and that that would be more, it would be clearer for the principals if we kind of streamline them. Number 5, religious holidays, or number 6, personal illness or injury that makes a student physically unable to attend school with a written note from a parent or guardian. And the history behind that, if you recall, and for those who didn't see the last meeting, is previously the policy, as you saw, indicated a medical hardship waiver. And that was, there were some concerns around equity for students that may not, if your child has a cold or a stomach ache for a couple of days, a lot of families aren't going to take their student to the doctor. It's very difficult to get a doctor's appointment, first of all, but it felt like that just was a little onerous on our families. And so the board did seem to feel that this change here, with a written note from a parent or guardian that the child was ill or the student was ill, would suffice as supporting a carve out from the exam exemption. Next slide, please. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tanya Giovanni, for, yes, for the second read. And so any other discussion? Yes, we have Board Member Carda Otten.
Thank you so much for doing this work based on all the discussion we had at our last meeting. I was wondering a couple of questions. Do we still need to keep the language, the lawful or unlawful? I find that to be a little bit confusing, and it seems unnecessary now that we've clarified that there's exemptions. I worry that parents or guardians are going to be confused by some of that.
I think the board did have some conversation around that and indicated that the board at the last board meeting wanted to keep that language. So I think where you might consider keeping it, if you're not going to get rid of unexcused, and that was what the board had indicated, is that there are going to be some excused absences that are going to count towards that 3 limit or 4 limit that aren't in that carve out. They're still excused, but they're not going to, you still have to take the exam even if you have those excused absences. So it is an option for the board. I believe when I share with you, Union County, for example, has only unexcused absences count. So if it's an excused absence, they don't count it at all. But this board at the last meeting when discussing it indicated that didn't seem to be the direction you wanted to go in.
So you're saying that would be reasons outside of these numbered here,
Correct.
but that are excused, but don't count for the policy.
Correct. But wait, they are excused, but would count towards the exam limit.
Right.
The exam exemption limit.
I hear that. Okay. Thank you. My other question is, do we need the word physically in number 6? Personal illness or injury that makes the student unable to attend school?
But that is language directly from 4400, the attendance policy. And so I think if you take it out, just say a note from a parent, I do think it kind of maybe goes, I'm just speculating. I don't want to speculate too much, but based on the original policy 4400, where that language is in there, it is to indicate that attendance is important and encouraged for students, kind of tracking what the board had indicated at the last meeting, that even though that this policy is to incentivize in policy 4400, it does track the statute to some extent, but the board wants to encourage students to come to school. So it could be that a student may not feel that well, but could be able to come to school. And I think that may be what it is, but I'm happy to obviously follow the board's guidance.
Okay, thank you. I hear that. I think I'd be in favor of removing it because it feels a little bit confusing, like you can't like physically walk into the school, or you have to be like a certain level of sick, and students and parents caregivers can't make that judgment on their own, but be curious to hear what others have to say.
Thank you. I did get a message. Board Member Rogers joining us remotely. You have some comments. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thanks. I'll start with the last paragraph, the last portion that Ms. Carter Otten was just talking about. It says if students can't attend physically, are we offering them an option to attend some other way other than physically? Like, are we offering them an opportunity to engage virtually?
Not if they are not enrolled in Ignite. And Dr. Pittman, I believe that is, okay.
Okay. So that was my question. I think it kind of confuses things a little bit. But I'm open to leaving it as is. The other concern that I have is who is doing the documentation of if this is excused absence or not excused absence, if it counts towards the exam exemption or not. And is that something students and parents can monitor in Power School so that they know in advance, or are they waiting till that deadline to find out if they meet the exemption requirement?
So the principals are the ones that track the attendance and the exemption. So I believe when we met the last time, there was some conversation and we kind of talked about Dr. Stewart working with the principal supervisors and the principals to make sure that students and families had access to this information and fully understood the limitations of the exam exemption policy and were aware of where they stood. And I don't think we settled on a date. I think that's kind of, I would suggest that Dr. Stewart kind of work with the principal supervisors and the principals to figure out like when a good date would be to alert families and students of that. But students can and families can track in Power School what their absences are. And I would trust the principals to make sure that they are documenting that.
Yeah, I think Dr. Giovanni, you're right. It's the responsibility of the parents as well the students to keep track of the attendance. But the school responsibility at some points, they will be able probably 3 times a year to be able to update the parents where the students stand. But I think primary role for the parents is to really to keep up with the attendance of their kids.
So are we making this more difficult for principals to track as we add to the opportunities for exemption?
I will respond by saying no, data managers, they keep track of this. They support principal with this particular duty.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion as we are doing second reading of this policy 3410 that we discussed at the last board meeting? And, you know, we can continue to discuss at this moment if there's any other comments. Board Member Breyer?
So I appreciate folks lifting up the notion of physically in there. I do look at our policy 4400 and it is consistent with that. And that references North Carolina compulsory attendance law. So I'm looking at our attorney and I'm also kind of juggling screens, trying to figure out if that language is lifted straight from there. Is that a state definition that we're trying to be consistent with, or if there's some flex for changing that?
I believe that is. Not sure how to. Not coming on. I do believe that is from the state board policy. However, in your policy on test exemptions, I think you could deviate from that if you so chose. I mean, I think Tanya has well articulated the logic of the physically policy, but I think the board would have the discretion to remove it if you chose. Not in the attendance policy.
Yeah, I'd be willing to listen to colleagues that have concerns about it. I just think I do appreciate us being consistent between our own policies about it. So if one needs to be changed, then the other one would need to be changed in my mind. And maybe I'm not being clear, but I believe that we are excusing anything medical appointments that a parent writes a note for, right? Parent
That is
can write a note. I had to take my kid to the doctor. I had to take my kid to the therapist. Excused. And that will not hurt them in their quest for exam exemption.
That
Right?
is correct.
So, okay. And then they still, unless I'm reading it wrong, have some days on top of that that they could also miss. Is that accurate? Didn't we talk about this last time? Yeah, 3 days, 2 days? I'm trying to verify. I just,
Yes, if they have an A, they can miss more than, I believe it's 4, and then it's 3, and if they have a B, it's no more than 2.
I'm sorry, and depending on the length of the course.
so I think this, with these modifications, will be one of the most generous policies in the state when we compared with other districts. And I'm trying to be reflective of the comments that we've heard tonight, the concerns we've gotten addressed in an email. But I feel like, especially mid-year, this is consistent enough that we can make these modifications and also monitor attendance and see if there are needs to further revise this in the future. So I really appreciate the work that you all have done on this and the folks you've listened to, so.
Thank you. Thanks for working on this. We appreciate it. I do think making the two policies more consistent is good. So I appreciate the language around that we asked for, but around attendance and the importance of that. I think I mentioned this last time, but I'm okay with moving forward with this now, if that's what we want to do, since we're already in October. Ultimately, I would prefer to remove additional absences from the policy, because I think I would rather we just allow for excused absences as already determined by policy 4400. And that's the number, right? Yeah, 4400. And then not allow additional absences. And that seems consistent with what students were asking us for in the spring when we heard public comment and what parents have asked us for. The concerns that I heard were around like illnesses or medical needs, around attending school-related activities as defined here. So I don't think it would be problematic to remove the additional absences now, but if we want to, keep it as is, and then when we review it in the spring, look at that again, I would be in favor of that. The other thing I mentioned last time that I'm in favor of looking at in the future is what grade levels we might want this to apply to, and if it would be more appropriate for it to apply to juniors and seniors only. Or something like that. Maybe not, but I'm interested to hear what the principals say about that and other, and teachers and others. So.
Yes, Board Member Umstead?
That's a clarifying question. When you say additional absences, what are you referencing there?
I'm referencing where it says any absences lawful or unlawful count toward the limit for final exam exemption, the 3 for having an A with a block course, etc. Those absences, because those are 3 absences or 6 absences in addition to all the other things that are excused as listed here.
And so you would want it to say,
that if they have an A in the course and only excused absences, how Ms. Giovanni would more eloquently put this, but if you have an A, and I guess we'd have to decide what to do about a B, but or an A or a B, or something like that. And you have only excused absences, then you're exempt, pretty much. No additional absences on top of that, because I think the other thing is, you know, there are students who work really hard and they have a bunch of things come up in one year. They lose someone, you know, they have a death in the family, they have COVID, they have, you know, it's multiple things. So that student might be out for several days, but they have an A in the course. So they might be out for 7 days and they have an A. Another student might be out for 1 day. They got sick 1 day. That was it. They have an A. They get exempt. Anyway, that's my desire.
And for right now, both of them were able to still be exempt from the policy, be exempt from their exam based on our current policy. But you would just want to take out. I'm sorry, I really am asking just for clarification. Your reference would be to take out all of the kind of all the additional 1 through 6 things and just say any number of absences, but you have an A or B. Any number of excused absences.
Yes.
Okay, sorry,
they're-
that's just clarity for me.
If they're in 1 through 6, like if they're in 1 through 6, they're excused, but anything outside of that, not. Isn't that what you're saying? Just to clarify.
No, I think what it's saying is that you could have it, there's no number, there's no
Right.
limit on the number. So you could have, say, 7 absences and
As long as it's in list 1 through 6.
mhm.
Yes, and you're saying that's it though, remove the 3 or 6 that are
Yeah.
not in the list.
Correct.
Don't give.
What is the pleasure of this board? This is second reading, and I understand that there's going to be more conversations with principals with our administration. There's a possibility of, if we decide to pass this policy with maybe an amendment to, you know, if it's something about just removing one simple thing, we may be able to still pass it tonight. But I also just wanted to hear from Dr. Tanya Giovanni about if we bring this back for a consent agenda, like this is something that can come back if we need to edit it with feedback from our principals, our administration. And yeah, so this is, even if we decide to pass it tonight, more work can be done on this to make sure that we get it just to reflect what's going to serve kids. And one of the things I do want to also highlight is that there is that part that I believe comes from just state Department of Public Instruction in terms of attendance, that just mentions that, you know, even though there's an exemption, you know, children are allowed, all our kids are allowed to take those tests. I mean, we encourage them to do it. The exemption just means, you know, yeah, you can take the exemption and not do it. But ultimately, taking a test is something that is allowed for anybody who wants to do it, even if they're exempt. And so that just kind of puts the nature of this is something that the provision that we are putting into place, because we understand and we hear and we're very much sensitive to medical and other situations that happen. And so I just want to kind of get a feel for how this board, what is the pleasure of this board in terms of moving forward with this policy, and also give room for colleagues, if you have any other additional comments or discussion, just remotely, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and mention something.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez, to your point about the other absences, I'd be open to considering that in the future. I think that we are so far into this semester, especially when we add in the specialty high schools that start on the college schedule, to kind of get them to backtrack to any absences that they have already taken. And it's clear that people are paying attention to the fact that we're reviewing the policy right now. And I'm open to it. I'm not opposed to it, but I think it's something we would need to do prior to the academic year starting. And so I'd like to leave those absences for now and go forward with the recommendation.
Board Member Chavez.
I'm fine with that. I think your points are well taken, that it is October and schools have been in session and, you know, had the expectation around this policy. So I'm fine, you know, no problem with leaving the number of absences that we allow. right now, and then we'll, as we said, we'll review it at the end of this school year. The other thing I just wanted to bring up was that with the physically portion here, I think it might be, it sounds like kind of opposed to mentally able to attend, unable to attend school. And I will say we've heard from many students about mental health days. That's, a need that people have at times. And so I think that's something, I mean, anyway, I'm just raising that. I think that that's kind of encompassed here. And it is, we can say, we're not going to allow mental health days or we are, because we, validate the need sometimes for a mental health day. But that's sort of what this brings up when I look at it.
If I may, just one more comment on that point, as I did look up the State Board of Education policy, and the language that Tanya inserted here is directly and verbatim from your attendance policy, which is verbatim from the State Board attendance policy. So that is the standard for an excused absence, is the student is physically unable to attend school. So if you wanted to consider removing that, I would think we would need to do some further study to see if that's okay, because you would basically be saying the student's getting credit for an unexcused absence at that point. And I'm not sure if we could do that or not, but we could study that if the board were interested.
Thank you so much for that clarification. I think that that's the piece. We don't want to walk into something that is going to challenge something that's coming from the State Board of Education in terms of how their policies are written and how they play out in local districts, at least in this particular situation with attendance. I think that I'm just checking to see if we feel that we want to move forward. Dr. Mubenga, you have some comments?
Yes, Board Member Valladares. I know it's the pleasure of the board if you'd like to move forward with this particular policy today, but I will suggest, if possible, to invite a couple or three of our principals so that you can hear those voices as well as you're trying to finalize this. They will come to the podium and make their case as well. That will give you also that perspective as well before you finalize this particular policy.
Yes, Chair Umstead.
All right, I do think we should make a decision about this because the year is so far gone. And so the more we wait, the more time is going and absences people aren't sure where to put them. So I would like for us to make a decision, but I do like the idea, and I think we talked about this in our last meeting, of circling back at the end of the year to understand what was the impact of the change, if there are different changes. It also allows us more opportunities, Dr. Mabinga, to talk with principals, as well as educators that Ms. Carter-Alton brought up the last time, so we can get a more kind of holistic view, give us a little time to study how is the new policy being felt and what we might need to still shift and change to make sure it has the impact that we have. So I would like to move forward the voting on this in the second reading tonight, just to give clarity to folks, so we're not sitting in this kind of gray area, and we can continue to look at this and bring it back in June.
Okay, it sounds like I'm hearing a little bit more of moving forward. And I think let's just put it for a vote and see where we land.
May I?
Oh, we have two comments? Okay, wonderful. More comments? Yes.
What?
Board Member Chavez?
Okay,
Yes.
one quick comment. In the paragraph on page 2, that is above the list of excused absences. We just need to change that. It should read a high school student. And I just wanted to say lastly that I'm really just interested in what will help our kids come to school and stay in school most. So this robust conversation is good. I want to hear also from the principals, we want our kids to be in school. We want them, we want them to come, we want them to feel engaged, all of that. So that's ultimately the purpose of, this conversation in my eyes.
Just two things. Addressing Ms. Valladares' point that if students that do take the exam that elect to take it, it only can help them. And that's in your policy already. So if a student does take the final exam and they were exempt, if they get a D or an F, it won't impact their grade. So there's only a positive that comes from taking that exam. The second feedback is to Mrs. Byers' point. The board wants to potentially consider adding in the language from 4400 regarding chronic illnesses. There's express language in 4400 attendance that students with documented chronic illnesses are exempt from that attendance policy. So That could be something, if you would like, that I could add, basically transfer that language over as well, which would address some of the feedback that this board has received from our community with students that have chronic illnesses.
Ms. Giovanni, do you have that open to talk about? I'm looking for that and
4,400.
yeah. Could
Yes,
you
I do
read
have
that
it.
for folks to kind of
Yes.
consider that
Yes,
you're the
This is
policy
policy-
guru?
I'm sorry.
You're the policy guru. I said I was giving you time to find it and all of that. Yeah.
So policy 4,400, attendance of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education Policy Manual reads, and this is for the attendance, it says students with excused absences due to documented chronic health problems are exempt from this policy. In addition, for students experiencing homelessness, school officials must consider issues related to the student's homelessness, such as change of caregivers or nighttime residence before taking disciplinary action or imposing other barriers to attendance. So that's that full paragraph regarding that. So it would be, could potentially give some of our families and students some more peace of mind regarding that exam exemption when they are experiencing those chronic health conditions.
So you're suggesting adding that language that you just read into what we are considering tonight with 3410.
I think considering the resolution that we just read and the month that it is, I think that's, that would be with Dr. Mabenga and your feedback. And I think that would solve some of those concerns and the angst that our students are feeling.
Member Umstead?
I think in some ways it just makes it clear. And I think what I'm also hearing from family, as we're doing this study, I'm realizing, oh, there actually are exemptions, but it's not clear. And so we need to be really clear to students and families that your doctor's appointments, whatever, because of your chronic illness is still, like, those are not counted towards your days. And that has clearly not been clearly communicated. So if we can lift up that language and add it here, to me, it's covered here, but again, it makes it very clear that chronic illness also is included. And so that way I think we could wrap this up for tonight and do that second reading with those those changes. I do think there's probably a second question of, do we want to do the study of physically able? But we might want to handle the policy first before we get to that question.
Okay, any other discussion? Just checking to see if our colleagues remotely or anybody else, as we're making our final discussion statements. Okay. So
I would move approval of policy 3410, testing and assessment program, with the addition of the language on chronic illnesses and students experiencing homelessness
from policy
Just
44
read into
100.
Yeah.
I do think that would have to be slightly modified to fit. Is the board comfortable just delegating that to
Administration.
administration to tweak the wording? It would just be, we would have to change a couple of words to make that fit.
Yes. Do I have a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been properly moved by Board Member Byer and seconded by Board Chair Umstead. And so I'm going to do a roll call vote. I'm going to start with Board Member Lewis. Let's go to Board Member Rogers and come back to Board Member Lewis.
Millicent Rogers, and I vote aye.
Okay, Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Member Carter Otten,
Aye.
Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Member Umstead,
Aye.
Board Member Lewis. Okay, and I vote aye as well, Board Member Valladares. And let's let me see if there's any technical issue. That was Board Member Lewis's vote. If you don't mind, I'm just sending a message to Board Member. I think we're just gonna move forward. And so we have 6 votes. Thank you. Okay, well, it passes. Our next agenda item is Operations Services. Thank you so much. We're gonna have invite Dr. Johnson. And I'm gonna pass it to our administrator, Dr. Johnson, for Operations Services. Mr. Lesueur. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lesueur.
So for the next two items, I bring good news to employees of Durham Public Schools. If you remember back to our convocation, Dr. Mabenga said there might be a little something coming at a later date. In September, there was a $1,500 retention bonus that was paid out. And the little something is something we were able to carve out of the ESSER funding that we had left to address a little retention bonus for the month of December. That amount is $500. And as he said, a little something, because it's not the $1,500 that we've been used to. In a meeting today with RISA regional chief financial officers, many of these school districts only gave out one bonus. There were no other bonuses to go back in the day. So you as a board have been very generous to the Durham Public School community in providing bonuses to the tune of $6,000+ over the years. With ESSER winding down, we have this little bit left that we can put towards that. And with that said, I will always state that whenever we get money, a bonus or any other type of dollar, there are taxes that are paid on those. So you do not get a $500 bonus as they do in corporate America. You have FICA that comes out of that. State and federal taxes that may come out of that. And from that standpoint, I bring to you this for the purpose of requesting that you approve the $500 bonus with a minimum of $150 so that everybody will get something. Because as you prorate it, people might not be working as many hours as others. And so we prorate it down to the 150 mark. So with that, I bring that for approval this evening.
Any discussion? Board Member Cardo Atzen.
Thanks so much. I'm excited about any opportunity to give our amazing educators a little something more, even if it's not close to what they deserve and what we'd like to give them. I was wondering, I was wondering what the plan was for ensuring that communication about the bonus, aside from, I know you just stated that there will be taxes taken out, but what communication is planned to make sure that we adequately set expectations for the amount that will be received after taxes, just in case folks are not tuning in now, so they're not expecting the 500 to go into their, because sometimes that could result in significant amounts being taken out.
Well, again, we are a school district that is basically a monthly payroll system. It's hard to say exactly how much is going to be taken out of an individual's $500 because of the fact that they have their own taxing schedules, or they might be having a little bit more taken out on a monthly basis. So it could vary from that standpoint. But we will make every effort possible to ensure that they get as much of that $500 as possible.
To your point, Mr. Lesueur, I think this time the bonus is going to be bundled with the regular pay in December. It's going to be just one time.
It'll come right after that. Yes, it won't be like the other one that was paid in the middle of the month, where this one will be paid at the end of the month. So it won't be as taxing when it comes out.
Any other discussion? I do have just one comment just on that piece. And so I understand tax implications of bonuses, and I think our staff generally understand that. The question about the timing of doing it in the middle of the month, this one I know that we're doing so close to the schedule of payment. So do we have a say in how these things are done with the prior one that was done in the middle of the month? Do we, I guess where I'm going with this is that these are not just arbitrary decisions that we're making because we want to cause pain in any way. That's very clear from our standpoint. We're trying to follow the laws. We're trying to follow tax code. You know, there's different levels of how folks set up their tax withholdings and everything else, right? So that varies. But I guess what our community wants to hear and what I'm hearing from community members who have reached out to all of us and talked to us is more communication going forward about bonuses and maybe more information. And I appreciate also the time that the administration spent meeting with our staff. And then in terms of also the timing of when it happens along the month, if there's any comments on that, Mr. LeSueur.
Coming at the end of the month after the payroll makes it a lot cleaner for the purpose of us being able to ensure that it's not being taxed at a higher tax rate. It could, I mean, bonuses are supposed to be either your tax rate or 22%. From that standpoint, we don't do the 22% because that's a bigger loss to people in regards to their money. So it should be much better than it being paid in the middle of the month and then coming out with the big payroll at the end of the month. So it'll be afterwards, it'll be better. I can
Yes.
assure them of that.
Thank you so much for that. Any other comments? And I appreciate, again, the receptivity to our educators who have reached out, and all their voices are very important, and their concerns as well. And I appreciate also Dr. Mubenga sending that email, explaining a little bit about what was going on. I think that we continue to learn, you know, in terms of preempting sometimes or giving the information to folks that from now on bonuses, you know, are taxed, and that there are implications of that as well that that will individually have to get resolved during tax season, right? Like that's I know it's hard to talk about this because I know everybody's is stretched and pinched, and having to wait until that resolution during tax season is not it's not comfort, but that is technically what happens. Anybody has any other comments? Yes, Board Member Chavez or Board Member Umstead?
I was trying to decide if I want to say my comments or not, but I think thank you all for the timing of this. We know it matters to folks. Educators, we heard you loud and clear, and no one likes when their money is messed with, whether it be Uncle Sam or whoever, right? So I think that's really important that we're trying to do what we can to mitigate some of the impact of that. Paul, you started this conversation, Mr. LeSueur, talking about money winding down, but just also made me think about the future. This has been a consistent for many of our educators in the last couple of years. So I'm just wondering, not making any commitments or things, what we also might need to be considering moving forward, as this is something that educators have been getting for the last couple of years. And I know it's been really greatly appreciated. So just thinking about forward thinking on our budget and what that might look like. When do our dollars close?
Next September will be the end of the ESSER funding as we know it. A lot of our money's tied up in learning loss.
Mm-hmm.
We're taking this out of the other categories
Mm-hmm.
to make that happen. So, I mean, that's we have retention bonuses and recruitment bonuses that come out. We have mental health services that we're providing additional support there. We have, it's out of the same pot, but we have a targeted amount that we have to use for learning loss. And that kind of ties our hands to be able to confront and possibly put forward any additional bonuses as we wind down 181. But we'll certainly be taking a look at that as well as we get through the beginning of this year. to see if that's a viable thing. But we don't have money locally and the state's not giving us money to do that either. So, you know, bonuses will be going away, if not after December, and then by the end of the fiscal year, probably.
That's also helpful to be really clear with folks, right? This might be the last one. So thank you. You know, I wish the state had more to do. We know the budget passed and it didn't give us quite enough. Our educators definitely not what they deserve. So thinking about what can we do to make sure our educators, we can take care of them as best we can and fiscally responsible. So that's all.
Anybody else? Board Member Chavez, yes.
Just a very quick comment. I think of all the things that we can use our ESSER funds for, this is one of the most important, investing in our staff. So I'm happy to approve this bonus and I only wish it could be more.
You want to make the motion?
Oh, yeah. I was like, what are they saying to me? I would like to make a motion to approve the $500 retention bonus from the ESSER funds for December of 2023.
Board Member Byer?
Second, and also a point of discussion, if you all still have time, that Mr. Lesueur, thank you so much for your work. Thank your payroll staff for all the questions that they have received and handled so graciously. I understand people's frustrations, and I also understand that these are all incredibly complex tax laws that none of us love to see hit our checks. I want, if you have a minute, I want people to understand too that their checks are gonna go up and down a little bit, not down, sorry, up in weird ways, right? We're not gonna have consistent checks here for a while as we work to implement raises in November,
Over.
October. We're in October, so good.
Retro.
Retro in November, okay. Raises in October, retro in November, this bonus in December, as well as hospitalization increases that might impact December or January checks.
Right, so those are selected benefits that is going on this month. They can change they can change whether they're going from single to family to employee and child. And those will have effects on their paychecks as well. That happens in December for the change in January, because we pay a month ahead and then we don't pay in June. So from that standpoint, that will affect them. And then also part of the benefits plan, they can do their select benefits this month as well, which also can impact their paychecks come in January. So from that standpoint, it could be based on their selections that they taking out more money. They're getting a cancer policy, they're getting a life insurance policy, they're going up in those. It's going to have an effect on their paycheck. Some of those are before tax, some of those are after tax. So it's just like you said, it's basically a wave going from here forward for the next 4 months.
Mr. Lesueur, can I just add
You may.
one clarification just to make sure for our employees? The benefit selection that will impact in January, open enrollment is now, but it closes October 27th. So when you mentioned December, I just don't want folks to think they have until December to make those changes. The window is open now and it closes October 27th, but you will not see those changes until the January.
December. January time.
Yes, thank you.
I appreciate that clarification. I feel like we can't over communicate that. That is so important for our staff to understand. We are mostly moving folks up, but I mean, there's also been news reports that people are getting 4% or they're, a percentage. And because of the way the state did the scale, it's not really a flat percentage. It varies a little bit as well. So I appreciate folks being patient with us and your staff as we work forward together, getting folks raises. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Board Member Byer. And so, so I believe we've already properly moved this approval for the the $500 retention bonus, and it's been properly seconded. I'm going to do a roll call vote, and I'm going to call. Are there any more roll call vote? And also if there are any more discussion points, especially from our colleagues who are calling in remotely. Okay, we'll move with the vote. Board Member Lewis,
This is Shavanya Lewis. I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
This is Millicent Rogers, and I vote aye.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Member Cardo Otten,
Aye.
Board Member Chavez.
Aye.
Board Member Umstead.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Thank you to our administration. Thank you to our educators. With that, we are moving on to another very important piece, which is the classified compensation study.
Correct. Another good news item for many of our staff members across the district. Remember, this is a classified salary study. In the past, we looked at salary supplements for teachers. This year, we looked at classified salary study, trying to bring those individuals in our classified ranks back to closer to a market rate. With the assistance of the county, we're going to be able to make that happen. And that's the exciting thing about it. As we said, there are going to be ranges from 4% for some individuals to many, many, many more percents, 24, 30%, because of where the market is compared to where Durham Public Schools was in the past. So from that standpoint, there will be some significant changes for individuals, and that's a good thing, right? Bringing them up to closer to what the market is dictating. It won't be probably everything that everybody wants, but it's there from that standpoint. It's probably going to cost close to $10 million in total, right? State, federal, local, child nutrition, community ed, so on and so forth, and grant funds, federal funds, of which 5.6 of it was given by the county with the 4% raise increase plus the amount that we needed for the study. So we're looking to be in good shape. As of today, we still don't have our state dollars. So that's, one thing that's looming over the whole picture. Whenever we do get those allocations, we will maximize the state funds as much as possible to make sure that we utilize those state dollars to for the classified salary study increases in people's paychecks. And then it will be the federal programs, child nutrition, community ed, and also the local funds that will make up the difference. So I'm comfortable, as always, when the state passes a budget, we're always wondering what's happening. And in that respect, until we get our allotments, we really don't know what the overall impact could be. So there could be some that we have to push down into local, but we will make that work from that standpoint. So some of the things in the study, they were looking to go to a letter grade rather than the numerical grades that we had. For us to have done that would have complicated some things on our retro pays, so on and so forth. So we are realigning our pay grades. Does not mean if you were pay grade 56 before and you've gone down to a 55 that you're getting less money or that you're getting a demotion. It's just that we're realigning our pay scales to ensure that we're in a better place to be able to do our retro pays in November. Also realigning it for the purpose of ensuring that we're sequentially going up. So, but from the standpoint of the things that were in the study, we've gone through those. We've accepted the majority of the things that they've shown there from that standpoint. And we'll be moving forward with the pay increases in the month of October. Also, if you remember, the Hill Group did not put forth a director on up schedule initially. They were looking at that. they gave us their proposal, and in this shows you their proposal. We did not feel that we had the money to do that, so we had to back down on that. Probably gonna cost us another $330,000 out of local, but that is doable in our budget. And the cost was significantly more based on their market rates. But it will be able to, with that increase in the 4% we're getting from the state and county, we're going to be able to make that work as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lesueur. I know that there have been so many conversations about this. And it's important that you mention what are some of the important factors that you're considering, especially like with the state appropriations or, budget implications from the state. Because there have been questions about communication and folks who have been waiting on this, they just want to have all the information up front, but it's important to kind of also have, what's coming from the state and what's that going to look like locally for us. I have another question, but before I ask that question, I do want to open the floor to my colleagues because I think some of us have some of the same questions. So I'm going to yield discussion to my colleagues and then come back to my question. I'm going to check with our colleagues joining us remotely first. Board Member Lewis, Board Member Rogers, you can unmute yourselves if any of you have any comments about the salary study.
I don't have anything right now, but that doesn't mean that I won't after everybody else says. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and I think we can, if there's no further comment from our colleagues remote, yes?
I would like to bring Dr. Lassane to the podium to make a few comments.
Yes, no, definitely. Dr. Lassane, you have the floor. Oh my goodness. We love hearing from Dr. Lassane. Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Mabenga, members of the board. I do want to share just a couple of other pieces that are going on in the background in comparison to the exciting information that Mr. Lesueur has shared. As far as next steps, I want you to be aware of some of the communication. The salary schedules for our at-will or classified positions were approved earlier this year. And then Mr. Lesueur just mentioned the administrative arm of the study. Upon approval of everything, finance and the finance and payroll department is uploading the scales. Okay, HR and finance are working together to address outliers. Keep in mind, we do have some historical pieces, particularly when you look at things like years of experience and how those are calculated and what's in there, that we do have some outliers. I want to make that clear. We do have some outliers to address, but we will have hold harmless. Okay, there's a harmless provision that that's part of the recommendation from Hill Consultants. So it is imperative to highlight one piece. Not only should you be careful in comparing salary grades, but you also have to be aware that some individuals may have had something such as what we called a hold harmless line from their prior salary. And with the assessment and the assignment of a new salary grade and step, that hold harmless line may disappear. But that person does not experience a decrease, okay? And should still see an increase. So I do think that that's important for our folks to understand too. Mr. Lesueur and I have correspondence that is ready to be customized for each employee. Once we addressed everyone, that correspondence will go directly to those individuals via email. We do have categories of employment that we know email is not as accessible. And so we will have hard copies that we will work through those supervisors to make sure that they have hard copies and we're not relying on them to get the information via email. We will utilize a text message, our internal text message feature, to let people know when those letters are ready to be sent. Additionally, we think that this is an awesome time to create a video to help communicate to our employees not only the impact of the classified study, but to just help them understand things about this is what salary grade means. This is what years experience means, and just understand basic things that they should review to denote that their actual first payroll is correct and what to do if they feel it is not. And so we have those processes that are outlined also that will help our employees know this is what you need to go in and look, access the pay portal, look at your stub for your check, look for these things. This is how you know you want to make sure that it matches the correspondence that you receive, and what to do if there is a discrepancy or if you have questions or don't understand a piece of this. So we want to use this as an opportunity to help educate our employees. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lassane. You actually, you know, when you talked about years of experience, so many of the conversations I have had around this particular topic are concerns about, you know, years of experience and folks who want to bring documentation to say, hey, you know, this is a good opportunity to get this right or to get that. And so I really know, I know that there's a lot that your department is doing and working on. And I just want to acknowledge that because, you know, we have 5,000, Dr. Mabenga, 5,200 and yeah, 5,200 employees in DPS. And so, and our classified staff are definitely very near and dear to our heart and have been advocating for a while. I just want to lift up the efforts of Sunny Geraldo, and, you know, the instructional assistants and everyone else. And so I do have a question, but I'm going to hold my question and I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues to see if they have any questions, and then I'll come to my question.
Can I
Yes.
add on one piece of years of experience that is extremely important for us to communicate to employees? Typically, when you're looking among the classified ranks, most places across the state will award years of experience at least like 1 year for every 2 years for non-district or state experience. So what we are trying to do, we would love to maintain a 1-to-1, which is what we have had in Durham Public Schools for a long time. But another change that you can expect to see is historically in Durham, we're looking at doing a higher level of verification of employment. To award years of experience at a ratio of 1-to-1, you have to make sure that you have certified verification from every prior employee. So a lot of times in the interest of trying to help the employee, people may use what they have on their application or a resume if that business is closed. You know, we have people with lots of years of experience and a business has closed down or something like that. We will no longer be able to do that beginning November 1st. We do have a process that we are going to execute to make sure that we are verifying that experience. A lot of times employees can only remember the month or the year or different things like that. We have to have specific dates to calculate and verify that employee's years of experience in order for it to be fair and equitable across the organization. So I do want to share that in fine-tuning those processes, that is super duper important for us to make sure that we are addressing the recommendations for this compensation study, that we are being fair and equitable to everyone. So that may incorporate some growth pains from some of the historical things that have happened within the district. So I do want to take this as an opportunity to share that also.
Thank you so much. We do have a comment, and just checking. I know that our colleagues who are joining us remotely are experiencing technical difficulties. Just wanted to check. Board Member Rogers, are you on the line? Okay, Board Member Rogers seems like there was a technical thing. And so we'll come back to Board Member Rogers, who does have a comment. And in the meantime, Board Member Rogers, when you're ready, just let me know, but I'm going to come to the floor here and go to Board Member Byer in the meantime. Thank you.
So I first want to say thank you to our finance staff and our HR staff for taking on this enormous work. We also need to thank our county commissioners who did allocate $5.6 million, and that cannot be lost in this conversation. It is so expensive to live in Durham, to live in the Triangle area. And we're going to continue to struggle to make sure that with gentrification, with issues of lack of affordable housing, with the price of gas, with inflation, that our folks can be near and their workplace. And that's going to continue to be an issue. But I want to make sure that I understand what you've brought forward and that folks that are looking for it online can find it. Is this document online for folks to see? I didn't see it online yet. Did you all?
The document will be posted after the meeting, the actual, and let me clarify what the document is.
Yes.
The
please.
document is the final compensation study document from Hill Consultants that will be posted.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't just wrong, but I couldn't find it. So it will be forthcoming. When we had last seen it, and one of the things we were trying to do is make sure that we got everyone to at least 17. And I believe the instructional assistant salaries that are in this document are monthly amounts. Is that right? They look, let me reference the page number, 36. So y'all can clarify for me. I believe I see one column that is regular ed and another that is EC classrooms.
I just want to make sure we're speaking from the same thing. You said 36?
36, yeah. With a code, BB is regular and
yes.
CC is, okay, so those are monthly.
Those are monthly.
Those are
gross
monthly
amounts.
Gotcha. Good, good, good. Some of the other stuff was hourly. Go ahead. Was that you, Ms. Thompson?
Sorry, I was just gonna ask, can this be I know it sounded like you wanted to wait till after the meeting, but is it possible for it to be posted with the packet tonight so those who are watching can follow along with us? Understand where 36 is and what we're looking at?
Sure, it can be posted. The caution I would offer is that because of the historical pieces, keep in mind that this is the recommendations of Hill Consultants. Every recommendation will not be taken. So with posting it, people will go and say, this is my title, this is my salary grade, and they will set an expectation based on that. But it is fine for it to be posted, but individuals have to remember that the final piece of what we do as a district will be beholden to the customized letter that they receive. So every recommendation that is adopted, for instance, let's just take the administrators that Mr. Lesueur was just talking about. He said that their recommendations, we're not going to be able to fully execute that piece. So if someone looks at this document and sees that recommendation, I don't want them to incorrectly assume this is where my salary will be. So that's why we have not posted. We'll post it after the meeting or during the meeting, but we just offer that caution.
So what are we changing? I mean, like,
Already, I guess for a point of clarification, based on board member Byers' question, because we approved, we formally had an action related to the salary study, and now it's being, so tell us a little bit more about.
If you will go to page 38.
Mm-hmm.
Could we have Ms. Smith maybe broadcast it if we don't post it online? But she can
Absolutely.
Broadcast 38. It'll be easier for folks to follow along.
Absolutely. When you received the report in January, beginning on page 38, these items were not included as part of that report. So this will be confusing for some individuals because you have a current pay grade and a proposed pay grade. And if you go down, again, part of what Mr. Lesueur referenced was the fact that Hill was recommending that we go to letter pay grades. And then if you go from page 38 38, I want to give time for that to be projected. But then if you go up from page 38 to pages 32, beginning at page 32, then what I will do is if I see my job title, I'm going to look at that, and then I may go to salary grade V and assume that that is exactly where I am going to be. Wherein we have other titles that may not be as specific as, or may be more specific than what's on here. So you have outliers, and that's where I'm talking about.
If it's,
fine. I'm looking for y'all's questions to help me get clarity on what we're doing that is reflected in this study and what is different going forward, and really making sure that folks do have clarity, that we're not making it further confusing. So, yeah.
So let me add a little clarity to that, Ms. Byer. So say, for instance, where we don't want, you see the prior grade level, 50 may not be 50, even though we're sticking with numbers. And right now, if 50 is A and individuals go there, I just know that there could be some confusion there. But we are glad to post a document just as long as people know that the official piece is going to be their customized letter. I don't know if you want to add anything to the salary grade piece with the upload.
and I'll just acknowledge that Board Member Rogers has a comment. She's joining us remotely. So Board Member Rogers, once Mr. LeSueur is done, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
So one of the things that we're going to be doing is when we put this out on the web, we're going to have the letter grades that Hill had. And we're going to also have our pay grades, okay, for each of the groups. We're also going to put the titles of those that are in that group, so people will be able to see that their title is in that group. What Dr. Lasane's talking about is there's some that aren't quite, Hill group didn't really know what to do with, because there's unique titles as well. So those are the things we're going to have to flush out and determine where they're going to actually hit on the actual salary schedule. And the letter will announce where they will be placed.
Board Member Rogers?
Thank you so much for this presentation. I think that for the first time in a long time, I'm really excited about HR being innovative and doing some videos to help provide some clarification around what the pay is supposed to look like and what your compensation is supposed to look like. I had a couple of questions about that, typically, or just around like how many man hours are going to be spent doing that. And are those videos going to be accessible, language accessible? And are they going to be used in onboarding as well? Or is this just something for troubleshooting?
No, this is something that we have been talking about for a while, and on the backside of lots of things going on that have intersected with HR, this is a part of a larger effort that we have that is related to induction. For example, in addition to things like this video, we are actually returning to in-person induction because we think that that makes a difference in how employees understand all that Durham Public Schools has to offer, whether it's benefits or anything, anything of those sorts, their paycheck, their benefits, their supplemental benefits. And so what we're seeking to do with these videos is just to help all employees, no matter whether you're classified, certified, or whatever, understand the full scope. So this is not a troubleshooting piece. It is not a one-off effort. It is part of larger, just communication when we see gaps in employees' understanding. They get lots of things that are written, but the comprehension of the written there's a vast difference across all of our employees.
Okay. That being said, about the comprehension, the précis says that this is for action and that you all are presenting the final compensation study results and recommendations for Durham Public Schools. So it sounds like, based on what you've just described about not having this study online and how some job descriptions are outliers and aren't going to fit in the same ways, and the Hill group didn't know what to do with some of those job descriptions, that those aren't included here. So this really isn't the final version of this?
This is the final version of Hill's work. Anytime you have a compensation study, there's always work that HR and finance have to do on the backside. And so one of the things that we are seeking is based on what Mr. LeSueur has said, this is what we can do to address the administrative piece. That is the action that we are looking for.
Okay. So these outliers, what percentage of employees do we think fit in those outliers?
We have estimated we have approximately 100 people that we have to look at different things for. Say, for instance, the example I provided earlier of a hold harmless line, those individuals will still see an increase. It's just that there are going to be shifts in how we have to enter them in the system to make sure that they are processed correctly.
Okay, I think that I have some concern in approving something that is about are almost customized and we can't see it explicitly here. That causes me some pause, and I don't want to stop people from getting their pay increases by not approving that at this time. I just want to name that there so that we can wrestle with that as a board, because I'm concerned.
All right, let me jump in here. I think when Mr. LeSueur started, we're trying to get all these things in place so folks can get paid at the end of the month. If you delay this, they're not gonna see any increase probably till November. What I'm asking our team to do, just go ahead, post it, and have a disclaimer there that this is the recommendation. HR and finance, they're gonna work in the next probably week to have a letter finalized for every individuals that will be impacted. Full transparency, have it there with a disclaimer. But I'm asking our board, if we really want our employees to get paid, I think the sooner, the better.
I'm gonna just allow discussion here from board members here on the floor, and then I also have just some questions. But let's go with some of the feedback that we have from our board colleagues here. Board member Carter Otten.
I'm very excited about, I'm very excited about this. This is great. Thank you so much. I also excited about the videos and anything that can more clearly communicate to folks, and for us to have a more clear plan set for compensation. My questions are similar to ones we've had, which we've heard already, which is this is the recommendation of Hill. So I guess but it's not the complete recommendation from y'all. And I think I heard, but I wanted to clarify from Mr. LeSueur. So another aspect of what we're seeing in front of us right now that is not actually going to be implemented is the last few pages related to director salaries. Is that true? Again, just trying to piece apart, like, what are we saying yes to and what are we not doing in here?
Only can happen to me. So understand that you've already seen the Hill study previously in that regard. A lot of it is all the same. and we have 100 outliers that we have to look at closely. We want to make sure that everybody's getting at least 4%. All that is being worked on right now. The last pages where it has the directors on up was something that was developed in the last few months and was finalized when the state provided their salary proposals for everybody. That is the piece that you have not seen before and we have not talked about because they were implementing that as part of the study. We are not going by that. We cannot go by that. Those ranges are very large and we don't have the funding for them. When we did the calculation, it was going to cost us $2.6 million to implement those ranges based on the years of experience that we had with all the individual. We don't have that money to do, right? So we're asking you right now to look at just $330,000 that will come out of local for that purpose for us to move this forward and make sure that we give raises to the directors on up from that standpoint. And that's looking at 68 individuals that are currently in place.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Again, just trying to be clear on like what aspects of this we are planning to adopt and which ones we're not. And then in addition to that, I guess one of my other thoughts is I really appreciate that we've got everybody up to $17 an hour, but that still leaves, unfortunately, some people that are below the living wage. And I would like for us eventually to get folks up to that, because that's our child nutrition assistants, it's our custodians, our groundskeepers, math interventionists, even if I'm reading this correctly. So I'd like for us to keep moving people up as we can, especially.
And yes, we will. I mean, but to do that, we're going to have significant influx from the county. Because once you make the living wage $17.60, it affects every other pay scale that you have. And that's going to be another significant influx in a short order, or we just go at it as on an annual basis to try to continue to move that up. One of the things that, the county did is we were trying to get comparable with them, right? Well, then they gave an 11% raise to their employees, basically. So it's just exacerbated the situation between Durham Public Schools and the county employees from that standpoint. We appreciate everything that the county is doing for us. We have to go in chunks with this from that standpoint. And we didn't know the living wage was $17.60 until July, which was after we got our
$18.60.
Huh?
It's $18.60, and that's for somebody who doesn't have any children, which is,
I haven't seen that.
I think it's in the
It's
stuff.
the MIT living wage calculator that
Yeah,
I think that they cited in this study.
That they cite in that, but that's not what I can't go by that. That's just a calculator that's out there for the purpose of determining what's right, what's wrong between the different counties and cities. But, just a few years ago, we were at 14, we went to 15, 16, and then we're now at 17, and we're way ahead of the state at $15 an hour is all they're providing us for resources for that. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But I think it's important to note also that while we express gratitude to the county for for funding this, we are still paying significantly less than the county for every position. Mechanics, custodians, plumbers, like how are we supposed to get people to work for Durham Public Schools and to elevate our children when we don't have the same amount of money that the county has to pay their folks?
And I think that might be a good topic for a joint meeting coming up, because I think raising awareness and saying, we have this many people that y'all have helped us get to this level. And let's see together how we can talk about continuing that. I think it is a shared value that is so important because these are our families, these are our Durham folks.
Our chair has some comments. Chair Umstead.
Yeah, I think it's a shared value. I'm gonna piggyback off you and I'm gonna switch. Shared value between the city, the county, and the schools. And I think all three of us should have conversations because we don't, we're in competition for folks, but how can we also be moving together so that all folks that work for city, county, schools are on are moving together when it comes to the living wage and the roles. I think that would be helpful for all of us to kind of be on the same page. And it will take some advocacy for our county commissioners to get there. I think I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. I don't want to overstate this, but I think it's really important to be really clear about this compensation. And I think I don't know what will be posted afterwards, but just looking at the Hill study, it's a little confusing. And I want people to be really clear about where their schedule is, what roles fall on what schedule, where am I? And I know the letter will provide some of that. But as much as that can also be available online, I think that really creates an opportunity for people to be clear around where they are on the schedule, allows for inequity, hopefully not to show up, because I can say, bam, 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 here's where I am at. And I just think currently the way the Hill one is done is not clear, because keep scrolling back and forth trying to figure out where people fall. So I hope whatever we post can be really clear for people and be really, so they can understand. And again, I'm thinking, especially in light of like the conversation we just had about bonuses, how are we super clear about what people can think about expecting for their salary?
So in that regard, I mentioned that we're going to put out a schedule that's going to show all of this information. It's going to show what the Hill study alpha is, what we're doing with the pay grade, and who is included in that pay grade, so that it will be clear. And we have 100 outliers that we need to work on for the purpose of getting them into the appropriate category, and they might be in the category. For certified. Well, classified yeah, and we're gonna also put on there what the state is classifying them as,
Yeah.
which we will be far above where the state is in regards to their classification. They have an alphanumeric type setup, and Hill was trying to get to that alpha setup, and that's just not a good thing for us. So we will make sure that we have all the different clarifications on that document so that people can see where their position lies.
So I think that will be really important so people can see. And if we need to set up some office hours or other different opportunities for people to come and ask questions, I think that will be important. Again, as clear and as multi ways that we can communicate. I kind of wish that we almost had the PowerPoint presentation tonight so I could see it and I could hear it and I could rewatch it if I need to, as clear as possible. And I almost might feel like we're over communicating, but I think that's the way to make sure that's super clear to everyone. I know the directors weren't included in the study, or they were included, but we won't be implementing that part. What about coordinators? Will they be?
They're part of the overall.
They're
yes.
part of the overall study, so coordinators will see a schedule
Increase
for
in
them.
salaries as well.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect. And so the vote tonight, just for clarity again, the vote tonight will allow you all to move forward with posting those schedules, getting people, and I don't not want to hesitate, getting people paid and everything. That vote tonight will help you move forward with that.
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's all for me.
So I'm sorry. Is this part of this discussion is my question as well. I have a piece of paper here and I don't see it any other time on the agenda, so.
Maybe.
I will address that. I was trying to be proactive regarding some of the concerns from groups of employees. And at the last meeting and in correspondence, you had received information about a particular group of employees. And so I wanted you to be able to see that difference. So for you to be able to see the competitiveness that you'll find across most ranks with the result of the compensation study. And so what that does is that takes our occupational therapist and it shows where they were prior to the salary study and compares them to Chapel Hill as well as Wake, and shows the projection for where they would be across the entire salary schedule. So you can see the result of the work and the support from the Board of Education and the county commissioners as an example for that group of employees.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hussein, for bringing this and bringing this to us. I do just want to acknowledge that our colleagues remotely, Millicent Rogers does have a follow-up questions. Board Member Rogers?
Thanks, y'all. Ms. Valladares, Mr. LaSure, Dr. Hussein. I appreciate your work in putting this together. I know it took a lot from Hill Group with the salary study and all the things. The MIT living wage that my colleagues discussed earlier is referenced heavily in this salary study. It is what the numbers they came up with are based on. And we have invested a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of effort into this salary study. And I don't want us to like dismiss it holistically, but if that's not what we're using for context, when we're talking about what a living wage is, we should stop paying for it. We should stop using it as reference and using it as the guide to delay getting the pay to employees that we know is so necessary, but also how difficult would it be to get the information that you're using, Mr. LaSure, online to use with the living wage information that you are comparing our numbers to. I also have to remind us and our million viewers online that North Carolina is not the best at paying their educators. So being the compared to other parts of the state and saying that we are off the chart to this, and we can and should want to do better. And I think that is what the vision is in our Durham community. And I think that's why we paid for this living wage study that's based on the information from MIT. So the information that you're using to determine living wage, is that going to be easily accessible to our educators and anybody else that's referencing the salary study?
Our commitment was to move to $17 an hour from where we were as a starting base. That's what we worked with.
I'm sorry, I can't.
I'm sorry. If you remember, our commitment was to move from the $16 where we were to at least $17. That is what we worked on this salary study to start. This is referenced in probably salary studies across the state, across the country from that standpoint. But our commitment was to start at $17 an hour minimum to move it forward at this point in time. Again, the state is not there. They probably will never get there. But the point is we committed to $17 an hour starting. And that's how we costed this out, is to start at $17 an hour. The living wage, bless you. And the reason why I said the 1860, that's a high number in my opinion for a living wage. But I'm not discounting how they're looking at things. When you look at proposals of different sorts, there are differences in how the numbers come out. But from that standpoint, our commitment was to our individuals in the classified ranks to start at $17 an hour. The first time the study came in, it was below $16. It was below the $17 hour mark. We pushed it up to the 17 to make sure that everyone had at least a $17 an hour starting wage.
Can I just also add for context? I think when we started this conversation, which was probably at least 2 years ago, 17 was our aspiration. And we also know that the world is shifting, housing is shifting, inflation is changing. So I think that Cause we didn't make 17 up. Like, I think that that was the goal at that point, but we also have seen how the world is shifting so quickly. So that also, I think, where we see that jump. And we need to think about how we even get ahead of some of that. So.
And again, I think we start discussions with the county on what we want to start with and where we want to get to in the upcoming year. But remember, you're also asking for a supplement increase is what we've committed to the certified staff for next year, is that we would start looking at that to bring that up as well. So that was, our commitment was $17 an hour and the classified salary study. And next year, we would be looking back at the supplements to see what we could do there. Hopefully the state will do something on teachers' behalf moving forward, because this county and many other counties have taken on a burden that the state should be taking on. So, especially with $6 billion surpluses.
Thank you. That clarity helps.
Thank you, Mr. Lasore. And I see Dr. Lassane, do you have any additional comments?
I would just add one other piece that we're not in the introductory comments. Keep in mind, I want to remind us also that this is the largest compensation study that has been done in this district. We're looking at impacting about 2,200 employees. This is also the largest compensation study for Hill Group. So when we talk about a historical context and what this means to a large number of employees in Durham Public Schools, I don't want us to lose sight of the fact when we're talking about complexities of getting this executed, we just have to make sure that we dot every I and cross every T. So there are lots of nuances in the back end that we want to make sure that we are communicating clearly. We want to make sure that because we've done all of this work over 2 years, we began in 2022 towards the beginning, and we want to make sure now that we don't go back to the history of the past 20 years that we've been dealing with and trying to fix with this compensation study. And so I know that we may not be able to cure all of the ills of the world, but wow, impacting 2,200 employees at one time. Another piece that I think is very important that I don't want us to lose in the conversation is also the voice of our more experienced employees. So even with scales, what you see going on with the state is a lot of focus on new. And what we have in the design of these salary schedules is showing value for remaining with Durham Public Schools, staying with Durham Public Schools. And so you see versus maybe a few cents difference in one step to the next. There's a 1.5% difference, I think, between every step on the scales, which at least allows for more recognition for years' experience. And so I did want to point those out because that's something that we didn't cover in the introductory comments that I think is a huge celebration and directly from the voice of employees.
Thank you, Dr. Lassane. I do have some comments, but I'm just going to take a glance here. Yes, Board Member Byer.
So I just want to celebrate that, yes, we're the second largest employer in Durham. And yes, our folks, this is 2,200 employees, and they have been incredibly patient. They've been waiting 2 years for this. And these are some of the folks that are working the second and the third and the fourth jobs. And so let's extend all of our gratitude to them for their patience and their advocacy, because their bills didn't wait while we were working on this. And also acknowledge that the city is in the midst of a salary study themselves. I'm sure the county just finished one or is about to start one. And as soon as we post these, all the districts around us will trickle around trying to take our folks. So just need our employees to know we are going to continue pushing for you, both our classified and our certified, and our certified and our classified. We're trying everything we can to lift you all up, because you are doing amazing work with students in Durham, and we want you to stay because, and get to those 30 years of experience and beyond. So let's keep it up. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I have a lot of gratitude, and, you know, definitely this is something that our folks have been waiting on, and that is the real listing, you know, because, you know, we often hear from our community that they want more communication and more frequently and every step of the way. And, you know, we're presenting pretty much, and I understand that you're seeking approval tonight so that you can go ahead and implement this, with the nuance that includes looking at outliers, including, you know, the system that we have in place, the letter codes for the
Alignment.
yes. What really worked for us. And so I'm understanding that there's nuance in how this will get implemented. But I think what this board appreciates is that the general intention of the salary study was to lift up our classified staff, and they are getting that. The general intention of this was to acknowledge, you know, that times have changed, and, you know, the living wages and how we compare to others. I mean, that comparison, that context was provided in the salary study. I did hear from one of a very important voice in this advocacy that posting something that, you know, still has information that we may not use will be very confusing. And that's just, I'm just putting that in. I respect my colleagues' opinions about whether to post the salary as it is, the salary study as it is, with, you know, the things that are not actually going to get implemented. But I did hear back that will be very confusing for some folks. And so I guess at this point, I just want to hear what the pleasure of the board is, because we have an item here for action, which will give our administration what they need so they can go ahead and implement it. But then also I heard a request on the floor to post the salary study as it is, with some items that are actually not going to be implemented. And so I guess the secondary question for me is, you know, I want to hear a little bit more about where this board stands. What is the pleasure of this board?
I don't want to confuse folks. I do want to be clear. So as long as there's some really clear schedules going up very soon, I think that's important. No one on this board wants to hold up anyone's raises. So I will move that we approve, what do you need me to, the final report of the classified company?
If I may, I was gonna suggest, for when you're ready to make a motion, I've heard that some of these recommendations are not from the Hill report, are not being carried over by the administration. The one example I noted was for directors.
Right.
I do think it's important the motion be clear as to what aspects of these recommendations you are or and are not supporting. I don't know whether it's easier to identify those that are not included or to list those that are, but I think the motion
Needs to be clear.
The other issue that came up was these outliers that need to be designated in some category. And I think either goes back to the board, or if you want to see that the folks also get paid more promptly, you might need to delegate some authority to the administration, what, you know, categories to put those folks in that aren't.
I just want to do a mic check. Dr. Mubenga, I'm not sure, since we're having, I think, some technical issues with the mic. I want to be sure that our colleagues and folks hearing remotely, Board Member Rogers, Board Member Lewis, were you able to hear what the attorney just said?
That we need some clarity around the motion about what parts of the study we're implementing.
Yeah,
And which
just because there wasn't a working mic, I just wanted to be sure that it
Yep.
could be heard and it was streamed. Perfect.
But
Um,
don't we
heard
need
and
to
streamed.
post what we have discussed, because it is a public document brought to this meeting? I mean, we do need to post it in its entirety. I don't.
Well, it's a public record that if anyone could obtain it upon request. Whether you post it on your website proactively is a judgment call, and there have been some fair points about whether that might be confusing. But my point is just the motion to approve some, but not all of these recommendations should just be clear as to which recommendations are being approved. And then also, I think you need to have an approach to the so-called outliers. If they're not clearly, if there are some employees who do not clearly fall into some of these categories, but are going to be assigned to one of them, then that either has to come back to the board or you authorize the administration to make those determinations.
All right, thank you to our attorney. I just want to clarify what we bring it to the boards tonight. The salary study was already approved by the board, except 68 individuals. That's why we bring it to you tonight. When it comes to the outlier, when we're talking about 2,200, we're talking about 100. Those are really technical pieces. I don't think that we really need to bring that back to the board. I will say for the board to trust our HR and finance to do that kind of work. Tonight, we're only coming to ask for the 68 persons that were not included, which is going to cost us about $330,000. That's the only motion that we're asking, so we can finalize this work.
Dr. Mabenga, those are the directors as the director's piece,
Coordinators and up.
coordinators and up. Okay.
Directors and up.
Coordinators are included already in the salary study that we approved back in January 12th. Okay, so just for context, January 12th, I believe, we approved the pay scales that were included in the recommendations of the Hill Group with the salary study, and that left out 68 individuals that that are being addressed today, which are directors, not coordinators were already included. And so directors you're seeking our approval to use local funds. Well, you're going to carry that out. You're going to implement that with the funding that we have, but you're seeking our approval to make sure those 68 folks out of the 2,200, get their pay scales upgraded.
So it is going to upgrade directors.
It is going to upgrade directors on up. It is not going to be what the Hill study is presenting because the fact that we didn't have the money to sustain that.
So I think the clarity is so important, right? I think even in this conversation that we had, I was like, oh, wait, some things are illuminated to me right now that weren't before. So I think in future conversations, as long as we can get as much of this kind of written out and being really clear, I think that'll just be helpful for us. And so I'm not sure still on what motion I need to move. If I can have some help with that. Because I think, again, it's important to be really clear about what we're doing today. And I want to do it. So just let me know what I need to move.
Our attorney seems to have a comment, and I just,
Well, I'm sorry.
yeah, we're going to make sure you have a mic.
I do think I agree if there's going to be a compensation increase for directors, but it's not what's here. I think the board needs to know what that specific recommendation is. Or delegate authority to the administration within some parameters to make that call if we don't have the specific numbers available.
Is it possible to come back to this item and move to our next, so we can give you all a little time to maybe write out how we need to do this motion, and then to be clear around who we need to.
And I did check,
So-
like the salary study is posted from January. It goes to page 38. And so this one you're saying is identical, except it goes further. I'm juggling documents, but
They may have made some minor adjustments to it, but nothing of significance, correct? Yeah. So, and more than likely, it only benefited people because we had comments on their study to make sure that we had clarity and we had distinctions between different job classifications for, let's say, child nutrition managers, 1, 2, and 3. We wanted to make sure that those were appropriately addressed from that standpoint. In regards to the motion, it would be for the $330,000 to be utilized to give directors on up increases in their salary, and to delegate to administration the outliers that we're still finalizing placement on the scales because Hill was not comfortable in making those decisions.
And it's also that no one is going down in pay. That is a
Everybody-
fundamental,
right.
right, I mean,
Yeah.
assumption of this study.
So even the people with hold harmlesses, they're gonna have at least a 4% increase, no matter what. And those hold harmlesses would have been because we had in previous studies or when they came on board, their pay levels were above where the market rate was at this point in time. So it's a matter of everybody will get at least 4%.
Any discussions, Chair Umstead? No? I do hear, because what came on our agenda, it's the classified compensation study. And we did have the salary study attached. There were some comments from community. I'm just letting you know, just noting, for example, that EC instructional assistants are going to get paid more. And that was something that this board wanted to talk about. I wanted also ESL, but we will work with what we have because those are the two caps that we are getting from the state. There's two vulnerable communities that get capped and that we know that we have more students than what the cap serves. And so, but in this study, it just shows that EC instructional assistants are getting their due in terms of getting paid more than regular. I don't like the word regular, than our other instructional assistants. And so there's a lot to see in this study. And as Board Member Byer pointed out, that is included in our January meeting when we voted on to approve that salary study. What you're bringing to us, I think, what needs to be clear for our minutes and also for this meeting is explicitly naming the 68. And I know that we verbalized that. And so I think in terms of for the record, and because it is for action, like we just want to be able to just highlight that to the community that this is everything that they wanted to learn about the salary study and what we approved happened in January. But that today we're looking at 68, the 68 action for the 68 directors.
You're looking at directors, you're looking at executive directors, senior executive directors, your school superintendents, your chief groups, which are your direct, myself, the Dr. Lassane, and those additional individuals on cabinet. Those are what we're talking about here.
Can I go ahead and try to make the motion?
Yes. Did you say a motion?
Yeah, I want to I didn't make any comments earlier. We were moving towards a motion, but I just want to thank everyone for the questions, the feedback that's been given, answers to the questions, those covered questions that I had, gave clarity, and even the recommendation. I want to echo the sentiments of having office hours. I appreciate the videos that are coming out, the learning opportunities that are being made with what these differences are. I appreciate the care and sensitivity taken in getting this information out and getting information out correctly when you're dealing with a large body of people, and communications is so important. And I hear that intentionality happening. So, and then Dr. Mubanga, thank you for clarifying it as well. It's always helpful to have it in the prices exactly what the recommendation is. But from what I've heard and have taken down notes, I believe that I would like to move that we approve the 330,000 increase for directors, senior directors, senior executive directors, chiefs, superintendents, salary study with administration ability to finalize the compensations accordingly. Also delegating administration to work on the outliers accordingly as well. Do I need to name the outliers that we're talking about? Naming of the classifications.
Mic working? Yes. So just to clarify, the motion, as I understand it, addresses the points raised about for clarity for the minutes, that the motion would be to approve the Hill Group salary study recommendations as presented, with the exception of directors and up. And for those employees, there would be $330,000 that the administration could allocate to those categories of employees. And also there would be authorization to assign the outliers, those employees who don't neatly fit into one of these categories, into a category for purposes of determining their future salaries. Is that a fair restatement of the motion?
Yes, that is what I said. For the most part. Thank you.
Just want to make sure we're all clear. Thank you.
I would second that the attorney said more, yeah, I think that reflected.
And just just a point, because in January 12th, we approved the salary the compensation study. So we're not reapproving something that we already approved, but this is what he just expressed, like approving the 68. And so I guess our motion, I just want to make sure like our motion is clear that we're not redoing something we already did in January.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, part of your salary study was to get the funding from the county. If we had to, if the state didn't come in with a 4% increase, then we would have had to come back and say, we're going to need a little bit more to make that happen. But they came in with the 4% increase. So with that said, we were able to move forward with the full study based on what our projections were.
All right, so it's been moved and seconded. Dr. Mubenga, you have some comments?
Just clarifying, most of these directors, they are classified employees as well.
Thank you, Dr. Mubenga. All right, so we have a motion on the floor that has been properly moved by Board Member Giovanni Lewis and seconded by Board Member Byer. And I'm going to do a roll call vote. And there's a point of discussion. So let's go to Board Member Chavez.
I have a question. So is the raises that we are voting on, is there a change in, what is it called, in like the salary schedule? Or is it just a raise for this year? And what is it based on exactly? Because I know it doesn't match the recommendations of the Hill study.
So
No, the directors and up, sorry. Enough.
So it's looking at directors on up as at 7%.
Okay. And it's,
Where many of our categories are gonna have at least 10, 15, 20% even. So understand that the 7% is a minimal number that we deemed was appropriate for this time frame, and that we could continue to look at directors on up in a future light and down the road with the county. Because the study brings us closer to the county, but we can't afford that based on what the outcomes were.
that's helpful to know. And does it change the we're not voting on we're just voting on a one-time raise, not a salary schedule change?
So we're taking this year's scale for directors and we're increasing those 7%
Okay,
from that standpoint.
I guess
To move it up.
I'm glad to understand that better. This conversation has been a bit confusing. And so I just want to underscore that desire for clarity on the front end. And I just wish I had something in front of me that showed what we were voting on and what that, like, I would have liked to see the 7% and all of that. Just if we're voting, all of the study is about giving an explanation for why we should pay our staff more. And it just feels like it was hard to kind of get to the point or to the meat of this, I think. So that's all I want to say. I'm in favor of people getting paid more in general. So, but yeah, it was kind of hard to arrive here.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I also am still struggling because now what I thought was a base for everyone of 4, then we're at the end of this very complicated discussion and you're telling us that for our top employees, y'all used a number of 7. and I don't know where you got that number and whether you considered other numbers, but these are our folks that have the most to begin with. And so that's where did we get 7 and when did folks last get raises and adjustments in those categories? Knowing that there's not enough for everybody,
And I just want to clarify, adding to that, that 7 is even less than where the Hill Center was talking. My understanding, the Hill Center had a number that was higher than what we could support. So the team has gone and come up with a number that they saw befitting to get us to where we are now and being able to carry the salary where it is.
I
So
understood that. Yeah. And I still have the question.
Yeah, I want to give the floor to Board Member Rogers, who has a comment and she's joining us remotely. Yeah, but let's Board Member Rogers, we're gonna let Paul Lasur answer and then we'll come to
Okay.
you, okay?
Thank you.
So if you look at the Hill study from that standpoint, she's absolutely correct that the Hill study was, as I mentioned, was $2.6 million for us to implement that rationale. We didn't think that was doable, and we didn't want to come to the board with a $2.6 million request. From that standpoint, we were able to determine that a 7% increase for these directors on up that aren't even close to what the county or any private industry is paying was a reasonable amount of money for that purpose. I can't, that they would have gotten 30-40% raises based on the Hill study, but that's the market rate. And we didn't go there. We weren't looking to go there. That was be nice, but that's not what we can do in public education.
No, I appreciate that. That's helpful, but also we didn't have people frozen. I mean, none of these categories have been frozen lately, right? So folks have consistently moved.
Well, if
But-
you look at the Hill study, for many years that we were frozen from that standpoint. We did a little bit back in 2019, but for the overall study. But from that standpoint, 7% is a number that works for us, and we felt comfortable that we could make sure that was appropriate.
Thank you, Board Member Rogers.
Thank you. I really have some hesitancy when we approve this for a vast majority of the classified and excluded the 68. We had a very clear or more clear documentation of what we were approving for the larger group of employees. At this point, we're talking about approving 68 pay raises for 68 people on a 7% scale, we think maybe, but we're not quite sure. I know that we have a closed session planned. Is this something we can table so we can get a concrete document posted to the public with full transparency about what we are doing? Or is this something and that's on Monday. So is that something that can't hold till Monday so that we all have a sense of clarity and understanding and transparency to our public about what it is that we're approving?
there's a motion on the floor.
So if we were to vote on Monday, does that affect payroll, Paul, Mr. Lasor, for the end of the month?
Yes, because we've held up payroll for a week and a couple of days now, which is critical to us getting everything done.
So I'll just propose something. Transparency and clarity is important. We keep reiterating that today. We could move, there's a motion on the floor to go ahead and approve these, but ask for the schedules to be brought back to our next meeting. Because I actually do think it's really important for us to talk about that and be honest and transparent about those things so that people know where we are. And so that's the pleasure of the board, but that might be my proposal that we move forward. I don't want to impact people's paychecks at the end of the month. And I think we need to be clear about what we're looking at.
Yeah, I'm definitely, we have ready to move forward. And we have a motion and it's been seconded. So I'm gonna do a roll call vote. And gonna start with Board Member Lewis.
Yeah,
So no, friendly.
based on what we've
Could
had shared.
Sorry,
Uh,
can we, Board Member Lewis, since you made this amendment of motion, would you welcome a friendly amendment from Chair Umstead to include that documentation at our full meeting? Is that what you said, Chair Umstead? To have the documentation to follow that? That shows, that outlines the
Schedule. yes.
schedule.
At our next meeting, we'd have the outlines to show the schedule.
Yeah, would
Could
you?
that be another motion? So I don't know if we could do a second a friendly motion
Second.
from before.
I
Would it
second.
be another motion is what I'm asking.
You can have a
That is-
motion to amend, which would supersede the motion. We vote on the motion to amend and then vote on the primary motion. Or since it hasn't been called for a vote, if the movant, the board member who made the motion wishes to restate the motion, that's also fine.
Okay, yeah, I will restate the motion as stated earlier with the addition that we get the transparency of the compensation study. Not the study, I'm sorry. Chair, so what did you say?
The scales, I think that's.
The scale shared
Schedule.
by Monday.
Yeah.
The schedule shared by Monday
I said at our next board.
at our
meeting.
next board meeting.
So
Okay, at our
the
next
next open session meeting.
open session board meeting.
What, 26?
Yes,
Agenda item.
as October 26th as agenda item.
So we have a motion that has been amended and second.
Second, thank you for that.
Yes, Board Member Byer properly seconded. And so I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Board Member Lewis,
Mr. Giovanni Lewis, I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
Millicent Rogers, I vote no.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Member Carter Otton,
Aye.
Board Member Chavez,
Aye.
Board Member Umstead, Chair Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye, and so the motion carries. Okay, so we are at our next agenda item, which is academic services, and I thank our administrators who are bringing this to us. I welcome Dr. Pittman. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Board Member Valladares, and we are excited tonight, members of the board, Dr. Mabenga, to bring to you our social emotional learning and mental health improvement plan. And that's the plan that has been earmarked for this year. This is in alignment with our state board policy that requires every school district to develop such a plan to promote students' mental health and well-being, and for addressing and improving the effectiveness of the supports in place around mental, social, emotional health, and substance abuse. What's of importance tonight, this is being brought forth for information. However, making note that in the 25-26 school year, the board will need to approve this by August 1st in accordance with new requirements. At this time, I'd like to welcome to the podium Dr. Laverne Maddox-Perry, our Senior Executive Director of Student Support Services, who's going to lead us through the components of the plan. Dr. Maddox-Perry.
Thank you, Dr. Pittman. Good evening, everyone, board, Dr. Mabenga, and cabinet, everyone. DPS has been designing a comprehensive SEL, social emotional learning and school mental health improvement plan through a comprehensive approach for many years. We can go on to the next slide, please. This plan is the result of many years of vision by our superintendent and board, and is in alignment with our strategic plan. The comprehensive approach I spoke of earlier has assisted our team in meeting the required components of the social emotional learning and mental health improvement plan, bolstered by the investments our district has made over the last few years, all directly aligned to priority 2 of our current strategic plan. Next slide, please. During this update, we will review the policy's requirements and the compliance timeline, as mentioned slightly by Dr. Pittman earlier. We will also learn more about our current infrastructure and the available data systems that will be used to monitor the plan. We'll also conclude with sharing insights on what we view as successes, our current focus areas, and anticipated next steps. Next slide. Our social emotional learning and mental health improvement plan is a part of a legislative requirement and state board policy, but it also requires us to promote student mental health, well-being, and to address and improve the effectiveness of our supports for mental and social emotional health, as well as substance use. The social emotional learning and mental health improvement plan is segmented into 3 areas or requirements. First, there's a social emotional learning and mental health components that are what we consider core or available to and required for all students and staff. There's also, secondly, a system of early interventions that is a part of our established MTSS framework, and it includes referral, treatment, and reentry planning. And finally, the third component is data collection and evaluation methods to help us track the effectiveness of these supports. Next slide, please. As part of our core beliefs as an educational unit, Durham Public Schools has had some of these required components in place or in progress long before this policy. We have a commitment to staffing, for instance, at least one professional school counselor at each school, and we're actively working to find ways to add school social workers. We have also been creative in finding ways to keep many of our additional mental health counselors in our buildings and student success coaches, even after the conclusion of some of the ESSER funding for these positions. We follow the design qualities for adult learning as we develop our staffing plan. We have infrastructure in place currently through a partnership with the Office of Equity and Professional Learning to develop staff development, and training that is informative, engaging, and includes a mechanism for review, revision, and revisiting key concepts. Additionally, a renewed interdisciplinary Durham Public Schools mental health planning team will continually monitor and support our Durham Public Schools SEL and mental health improvement plan. Next slide, please. In developing this plan, we ensure alignment of existing infrastructure and establish new structures according to our needs that help support social emotional learning and mental health. Through our existing MTSS framework, our teams on schools and district teams employ a tiered approach to support social emotional learning and mental health and wellness. With our new implementation for the Panorama Student Success Platform, we now have an early warning system, and you'll hear a bit more about that later, that helps us activate those tiered approaches. Both the district MTSS leadership team and the district mental health planning team will review policies and procedures regularly and make recommendations as needed, including what is needed for established reentry and case management protocols. Next slide, please. Due to the considerable advancements made as a result of the previous strategic plan, we have multiple data sources to evaluate the effectiveness and fiscal integrity of our social emotional learning and mental health improvement plan. Here are a few data sources that Durham Public Schools can utilize and our Durham Public Schools mental health planning team will use to determine the strengths and future needs of our social emotional learning and mental health improvement plan. These sources already exist in our data-driven decision-making model across the district and reassure us that our current infrastructure will support the implementation of a transformative plan for mental health improvement. This includes mental health referral data. It tells us how often these services are requested, accepted, or even declined by families. We have our Panorama SEL survey data and DPS's own student climate survey data. We have discipline trend data. We also have our MTSS, multi-tiered system of support FAM-S, which is the self-assessment that is conducted at the school level, and one is conducted at the district level to look at our framework implementation. And of course, we have a means for learning about staff perspectives about all these supports through our teacher working conditions survey. The only tool that may be unfamiliar to some of you is the SHAPE assessment that you see there in the blue block, the School Health Assessment and Performance Evaluation. This online workspace allows us to document our efforts, assess comprehensiveness, and track improvements over time in our school mental health systems. Next, I would like to ask Ms. Tamika Ward Satterfield, Director of Student Wellness and Advocacy, to elaborate a bit further on the current status of the Durham Public Schools Social Emotional Learning Mental Health Plan, as well as the next steps toward full implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox Perry, and good evening. Next slide, please. It is my pleasure to share our implementation status and future plans. I will highlight a few of the items that are vital to our work this school year, using a timeline to honor our current priorities and the ongoing work. Building on our K-5 social emotional learning curriculum adoption and implementation, and following last year's secondary early adopters, this year, all schools K through 12 will have an SEL curriculum that they will use to provide classroom instruction on the SEL competencies. Thanks to our strong partnership with the Center for Child and Family Health, we have 8 schools and our district behavior support assistants, as well as our school social workers that are participating in trauma-informed leadership training. In addition, our early warning system called the Student Success Dashboard is up and running, and training for instructional staff is underway. This year, we have also prioritized providing refreshed social emotional learning and mental health professional learning to building administrators, student support services staff, and classified instructional support staff. These sessions have focused on suicide awareness and prevention and understanding social emotional learning as well as trauma. Next slide, please. During the first 3 years of plan implementation, we maximized the use of our existing structures that could be repurposed, restructured, and redesigned. Now, we are creating, engaging, and innovating as we seek a more comprehensive understanding of the complex and changing needs of our students and staff. As we move forward with the plan, many of our supports, like our SEL curriculum, will advance from implementation to implementation with fidelity. To support that growth, we must ensure effective staff training to maximize the use of mental health awareness information, the early warning system, restorative practices, and mental health transition plan. Each year, we will review, document, and report progress, success, and opportunities for growth, and receive feedback from our DPS community. The Office of Public Affairs will assist with communication and outreach to inform our larger group of stakeholders. Next slide, please. Our interdisciplinary SEL mental health improvement planning team will be instrumental in creating opportunities for various stakeholders to provide feedback as their contribution to the work. For professional development, which is a vital component in determining the success of this plan, while we will continue to still utilize virtual and asynchronous training options, student support services will also seek ways to increase in-person professional development for school-based instructional staff. As a driving force undergirding the work, we will ensure that our priorities are reflected in the district and school level decisions we make around time and financial resources, ensuring that allocations support SEL and mental health initiatives we deem vital to the holistic wellness of our students and our staff. A comprehensive list of current and anticipated expenditures will help to steer the conversation about how to provide sustainable funding for all aspects required to fulfill implementation of this State Board of Education policy. Now, I will turn it back over to Dr. Pittman.
Thank you, Ms. Ward Satterfield and Dr. Max Perry. We appreciate you leading this effort. It should be noted that this plan, while being presented by Student Support Services, has been a multiple department collaborative area. And I'd like, if I may, just to give a thanks and a shout out to Research and Accountability, the Office of Equity Affairs, Safety and Security, and Public Affairs. And there may be others, but indeed, this is an integrated, intercollaborative plan, and we're most appreciative to everyone that's brought it forth tonight. At this time, I'd like to welcome any questions the board members may have.
Board members, any questions or discussion? I'm going to check on our colleagues who are calling in remotely. If you have any discussion or feedback for administration.
Thank you for this presentation. It's helpful. I know Durham has been on mental health support for quite some time. And seeing the state get behind it is exciting because we know that this information is, or this way to support our students and our families is very helpful to improving their learning outcomes and their learning environments. The things that I would like to see as we move forward in terms of what's happening now with the SEL curriculum in all schools and the reporting tools for bullying. I think it's great that we're doing this stuff. I'd like to see some information around how much time our students are spending in the programs or with the mental health support people, or however it is presented in their schools and their buildings. I'd also, when we contract out with companies, I'd like us to be mindful in being attentive to if they have correlation studies to let us know that this work is indicative in increasing attendance at school or reducing suspensions or helping students in a particular kind of way, whatever it's related to. And I'd like us to be attentive to whose responsibility it is to report back to the board outcomes or if the work is deemed successful. Because I don't think that always has to fall on our staff, that some of these vendors that are providing the support to our students, educators, and our families can do that work for us if we just include that in the contract. So those are the things that I'd like us to be forward thinking about as we move into implementing this with the intent of the state, with the intent that the state has in mind. But thank you so much for leading this work and getting us where we need to go.
Thank you, Board Member Rogers. Board Member Lewis, do you have any?
Yes.
Thank
Thank you so much for this presentation. It is always nice to know when we are ahead of the state in many ways that we often are. This is a comprehensive plan, and I think it was very detailed, and I appreciate the summarization through this PowerPoint that you shared tonight, but there's just so many more details unlayered that I just hope that everyone will open up the full document and board docs from board docs or in the agenda to read a lot of the details that you all left out. I do want to just clarify a question. How many co-located mental health providers do we have right now that work with our schools?
We currently have 8 providers.
That it was 6 last year, right?
Yes, there were 6.
Now we're at 8. And with these co-located mental health providers, with the expansion of Medicaid, will that be supportive in getting more students to be seen? As I know that sometimes insurance had been a factor in the past. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Pardon me.
I just wasn't sure if you understood the question. Are they factoring in, is this helpful that the expanded Medicaid, would that help our co-located mental health providers is my question.
So our co-located providers meet monthly as a PLC, and excuse me. Our co-located providers meet monthly as a PLC with our district mental health specialist, and that is one of the things that they have been talking about, are these changes and how they'll leverage those changes to support our students.
Wonderful. And then my last question, I remember getting a report during our compensation, I'm still on compensation, during our presentation regarding the Panorama data. Panorama's been new to our district, and one of the results was there's a low sense of belonging for our middle school students. And that was a great concern. I wanted some targeted interventions to happen in middle school, and I know that's been the desire for you all as well. Can you share any updates on strategies DPS has been using to support a sense of belonging for particularly our middle school students, when the Panorama data showed us that's where they did not feel that sense of belonging? What kinds of things is DPS doing?
That's a great question. So when we mentioned the mental health counselors, middle schools are one of the targeted communities that did retain a mental health counselor, not every middle school, but some targeted ones around students taking advantage of some of the supports that are already in the school and accessible, and we wanted to increase that. Additionally, as we said, the secondary schools, including our middle schools, have had an opportunity to select their own social emotional learning curriculum to increase the students' ability to learn about their own competencies. We are working on training schools, assisting them, participating in their school improvement presentations to provide support where they need that to increase a sense of belonging in their buildings. We also are introducing something that we're really excited about, and we are breaking news tonight, some peer group connections to increase that in some of our middle schools. We currently have a program like that that is also accessible in our high schools, but we'd like to do more direct vertical efficacy and capacity building with our middle schools. So those are just some initial things that we are doing with the middle school, but we're really keen on focusing on increasing that peer-to-peer connection.
Excellent. Thank you. I look forward to hearing more about that. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Board Member Lewis, and I'm going to ask my colleagues here on the floor if any of you have any discussion or comments. Board Member.
I lean towards the social worker over there.
Okay,
Yeah,
Board
yeah,
Member
yeah.
Chavez. Okay, Board Member Carta Otten.
Thank you so much. I'm very proud to be part of a district that provides this much support to our students. And I recognize the hard work that you all and your teams and everybody on the ground does to support our kids. I had asked some questions when we discussed this earlier, and one follow-up is so co-located mental health providers, we have 8 now. It's my understanding that we currently, there's somebody assigned to all schools. So like all schools have access to this now, right? Which is wonderful. But there's still some students that are being referred, but are not receiving services, right? And so I guess if we could talk a little bit more about why that might be, if it is that there's not the capacity still, to what extent do we have partnerships with other mental health agencies and a referral system in place so we can support all of those students?
So from our experience, it has not been a capacity issue. We are working to help raise the awareness and education about what co-located services are, so that when parents, students, and families are referred for those services, accept the referral for those services, that they really understand what they're asking for and they're eager to engage in that relationship. We find that many of those declinations are because they really just didn't understand what it was going to be about, not capacity. So education and awareness is how we're bridging that gap. We are also providing extra contracts and compensation to our agencies that are working really hard to increase their ability to provide services in multiple languages during that connection phase when they're making first contact with families, to onboard them into their agencies, to make sure that there's no lag and no gap in understanding what the service is going to be.
Great, that's wonderful. Thanks for providing that clarification and additional information, especially about language services and reasons folks might not be accessing and what you're doing to address that.
Board Member Chavez?
Thank you for this presentation. I think this is one of the critical pillars of our work. It's intimately tied into academic outcomes and what we are here for. So with the plan here, this seems to be the PSU improvement plan seems to be the one from 2021. Is that true? Or is there an updated one? Because it references some of the stuff in the pandemic and yeah.
Yes, so the plan began in 2021 and we make gentle improvements or big improvements depending on what's the need each year. So this year's plan is different. It is reviewed each year by the state. They send us feedback and we attempt to incorporate that feedback as well as our community feedback that we receive.
Okay. So is this the updated plan?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so these numbers are current that are in here about how many counselors and social workers. Okay. All right, that's helpful to know. And some other questions. With the co-located services, I was just wondering if you could tell us more about what they do to overcome some of the stigma around mental health access. There are obviously particular stigmas in different communities among Black or Latinx communities. There are sometimes fears from undocumented or mixed status families about engaging with institutions, like the different places that we contract with. So I was wondering what and also, there's a huge lack of therapists of color and then therapists who hold, multiple marginalized identities, a Latinx LGBTQ person, for example, or something like that. And not that there always has to be identity matching, but anyway, I'm just wondering what what is sort of, what are we doing or what are those services doing to really get access to students and families that might have some feelings of sense of stigma around mental health services.
Well, what we're doing initially is we are trying to make sure that everyone is just aware of what co-located mental health services are. And what we've seen in recent years is that we've had fewer declinations as we have been more vocal about what is available to students and as a response to what we know were some of the mental health and social emotional crises that came out of the post-pandemic era, if we can say that. Additionally, we have plans to work with our Office of Public Affairs to go about a truly marketing campaign around our social emotional learning and mental health improvement plan that includes our co-located mental health agencies as a normal way of gaining more and more resources, the same way a student would have anything else if they had a need. If they needed assistance with tutoring, they would definitely accept that. So we are trying to work with the Office of Public Affairs to make sure we're doing that in a way. We're also removing some of the stressors about exactly who is the contact at each school. Each school does have a designated contact who does outreach, and we're working on a comprehensive student services team in buildings so that it is not, if you don't get to the one person who holds the information, you don't get the services. We are actually making sure that our student services teams are comprehensive and collaborative and able to share with students. And we're consistently talking about it is our obligation and our desire to make sure that all of our students are socially, emotionally, and mentally well. So we continue to keep it in the forefront.
And so thank you for that. And then when you refer to the designated contact and the team, that's the school teams that are listed in here.
Yes.
And at this point in time, do every single one of our schools have those teams established?
Yes. Every one of our
Okay.
teams has a contact, every one of our schools has a contact as well as a team.
Okay. All right. That is great to hear. I have a number of questions. I was wondering about the SEL curriculum, which I'm so happy that we have in all of our schools. When we visited Jordan last year, I was asking students what they thought about it. And so I wanted to know just what, well, let me back up. We have plans to make sure that it's implemented to fidelity. And I think that's very important. Are we evaluating the curriculum and outcomes of it now, or and if so, how are we evaluating it, and how are changes being made even in this year, the second year for the secondary schools?
Well, one thing that we're doing is almost, and you're welcome to join Ms. Ward Satterfield, is we're taking a PLC approach. So all the schools who are utilizing the same social emotional learning curriculum are able to get together and discuss what our initial successes, additional supports that they need, what has worked in one school, and being able to share that. So that within itself is some way of gaining some access to how effective it is initially in this first year. Additionally, we are working with our vendors to create fidelity indicators. We have some based on our own work, but now that we've added 2 new providers, we're working with them as well to have some very clear indicators that we can utilize and share with our teams each year.
That's great to hear too, because I think the PLC, approach sounds like that's the quickest way to get teachers, supported in delivering this curriculum that is new to our district and new, I'm sure, to many of them. So that is good to hear. I was also wondering about the Sparks groups, and I think you said we have 2. Are there plans to expand those, and what are those efforts looking like?
Thank you for asking about that. Every year we recruit school teams, pairs to run Sparks groups. And so it is voluntary. We are trying to, and the number has fluctuated year to year. Last year, I believe we had 4. So it fluctuates year to year. So as we get new staff in student support services, we try to make sure that they understand what the Sparks groups are, what the time commitment for training would be, what the benefits for students and themselves are, and recruit them to conduct Sparks groups. And we ask those people who have been through the Sparks training to share in our monthly meetings because they're primarily school counselors and school social workers, to share with their colleagues their experience going through those trainings. Help with recruitment.
All right, that's good to hear as well. I think that's so important. Again, the community aspect and making sure that students have access to that kind of support group or supportive learning environment. And then I wanted to ask about DEAC. We have a number of students who get in trouble for using substances, I believe mainly marijuana. I wanted to see if you could tell us more about DEAC and what kind of an overview, like how do they approach the treatment, and where do we see the greatest impact and any limitations? I'm concerned because it doesn't seem like a lot of students access those services. And so I wanna, get it, how can we address
Right.
that?
So we've been working with school administrators and trying to increase the use of that alternative. And like most of our alternatives to suspension, it is something that does require some at-home, outside of school commitments, as well as a parent commitment. And oftentimes we don't get it, because there still is, some stigma around being tied to, possession of drugs or use of drugs at school. So that is one issue. Now, we hear a lot from our school teams that some of the limitations are that, they'd like to see us be able to perhaps utilize something like our co-located mental health system, where we could have some in-school use and counseling for students around that. We have our principals will recommend an alternative to suspension for the first possession use. And so there is a recommendation with every first possession. However, there is that limitation about making sure that we have families and students to follow through. So we're consistently working on that with a lot of our alternatives, but particularly DEAC is one that we are working on.
Let me stop there and let other colleagues ask questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I did get a text message about our colleagues who are joining us remotely. I believe Board Member Rogers, you have some comments?
You got my comments already.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're trying to navigate this, and I saw the text message, and I know you went first, but wanted to circle back. And now I'm gonna go back to Board Member Byer.
Thank you all so much. This is, as Ms. Chavez said, some of our most important work, and it's great to see laid out how we're investing extra in Durham, counselors, right? And some of that with federal money that might continue to need to be sought locally as that changes. I was wondering, how do we have, kind of like we had the ABC Science Collaborative, do you all have a panel of local experts that gather on the regular, the roundtable kind of group, that if providers, like I've had, questions from El Futuro's director, like, do you all welcome those folks as we continue to evolve best practices in this? And is there some situation they could join you?
Yes. As I mentioned, our co-located providers meet monthly in that PLC, and we are able to leverage that opportunity to talk through some of the activity situations that are rising up in our school community. They also are very quick to lend their expertise, not only to that group and to us as district leaders, but also to schools as crisis occurs. We also, through our partnership with the Center for Child and Family Health, they consult with us on many of our crisis situations and our ongoing effort to respond to community violence and trauma.
That's great. And I know that you're always able to have more folks join that conversation. That'd be great. One thing that a lot of us, I think, heard last year when we went to Durham School of Technology is that we had a lot of providers and services, but our students weren't necessarily aware of those at all. And so I'm wondering what we're doing to better communicate what is available to our students and our families, so that in a moment of crisis, that is not when they're scrambling, but that they proactively know all of this. Besides this, millions of people watching us tonight, how are we getting that word out there to families about what is available with co-located services?
Well, we do believe that the greatest champions of that work are the people that the families trust, which is, of course, the school teams. So we try to support that work, but we also recognize that there has been a need for us to increase district involvement in making sure that message is received by our families. And so that is one reason that we have reached out for partnership with Office of Public Affairs to make sure we're doing everything from adding more to our own website for families to access. We have actually revitalized some of our resources. We're gonna restructure our Embrace website, which is our SEL hub that houses a lot of resources for families. It's still active, but we are putting more things in there that are more relevant to some things that are going on now. So we're continually working on that. From a district level, but we do believe that, parents trust their schools. And so we want to support that within the school level if we can.
Oh, for sure. I want us to make sure that families know about it being free as well, or, that kind of thing that is, and that it's available within the school day, right? Because it's such a struggle to get folks to providers. We also had a provider reach out about their expertise was in trafficking. I think we connected you all. Did that person? It was a counselor that works with children that are at risk for trafficking. And I hope that y'all connected and got those folks in our schools. Data, do you have data that you could share with us just on what you learned from Panorama, how often we're doing, mental health screens for students, how many of our students have received mental health first aid training, like more data that wasn't in this presentation that you could share at another time? Or, I mean, I know y'all have tons of data, but stuff like that was what I was hoping to see in the future.
Absolutely. We can work with Dr. Pittman, Dr. Mabenga, and bring back whatever you desire to have some information, but we do have that data. We are in the midst of our universal screener with Panorama right now, and working through that with some of our schools, and really excited about some of the participation rates too.
So much. We're going to go to Board Chair Umstead.
Yes, thank you all so much. Exciting that we're doing this work, exciting that we're supporting our students in their mental health. I'm going to try to keep my questions and comments brief. I've got two though. One, how is the whole schools movement with the Durham Public Schools Foundation also interacting with the plans that we already have?
So we're walking hand in hand. We have been fortunate to have additional grant funding that supports a position in student support services to work with the model schools. So that is one thing that happens. We actually are collaborating with the director at the Public Schools Foundation, who is in charge of the whole schools model as a department once a month to make sure that all of our efforts are aligned, and that, for instance, training that may be offered specifically at the whole schools model schools are consistent with the things that we're offering across a grade span or in a feeder pattern. So we are working with them very closely. They're very close partners. Yes.
All right. My second question is harder, or maybe not though. We know that we use a lot of federal funding to fund a lot of our programs. And I feel like I'm always the one to ask this question about a lot of things, but we know that students' mental health challenges won't be resolved when the federal dollars end. And so I'm curious if you all are already thinking about what does it mean when some of those dollars leave, and maybe a follow-up item for us as a board to know how much money is currently being used, how much you might need to continue to do the same level of service. I know we added counselors, mental health support, a lot of different things that are being funded with the federal dollars, which I think is really great. And I keep thinking about how do we make sure we support our students when those dollars are gone.
Thank you so much. I do have some comments and but also wanted to know if you have any more.
No. I was gonna attempt to answer. You warned me that it was gonna be harder. But we absolutely.
What you
are
have
talking.
now and then what might be in follow-up, yeah.
Right. We definitely can bring back the request or, just an idea, like she said, of a comprehensive list of allocations that would be useful to continue some of the funding. One of our big focuses as a department and really through academic services is around training and being able to have a capacity building so that we can have some of the things that we need to continue be sustainable through our own efforts. So that is also a big part of why we're making a lot of initial investments so that we can do a lot of train the trainer, a lot of building capacity among our staff so that we can sustain some of this stuff without being so costly. But yes, we'll have a list of what our needs will be.
That'll be helpful. And it also makes me think about like a cycle, right? Even if you have this infusion of investment now, 3-4 years and now you kind of need to refresh and as different people come in and out of different roles. So how do we get the right cycle and what is the funding too for that? So thank you all.
Thank you so much. And I do have a couple of comments because this is such important work, as you've heard. And just first gratitude because, throughout this entire time, I know that I've learned so much about the work that is happening at your department in ways that we continue to address barriers. And my colleagues have already mentioned, we need more therapists of color because a lot of our kids will not go to therapy if it's just somebody who is just going to listen to them and not maybe connect in the same way. And so for our students, we've, over the years, I've just seen the intentionality of like working with diverse providers, including language access, especially for Spanish speaking families. Sometimes the therapy needs to carry out into the home and it includes the parents. And so it's important to have and continue to provide, for our families that are diverse, that speak more, a different language other than English, our immigrant families. And but something else that also in talking with community, this is work that the community is also watching, especially in light of recent events and, lifting up gun violence and violence in general that is happening and has happened in our communities and how important it is. After the pandemic, we saw quite an uptick, but it's been a recurrent problem we've had over years. And so now that we have 100% of our schools, 100% SEL in our schools, that is something to celebrate. And I just want to sit with that right now because every single one of our schools, based on our strategic plan, I remember from 2018, Dr. Mubenga, when we, crafted the first strategic plan in 2018. And we said, one of our goals was 100%, of our schools. And we worked towards that and we got really close. And 2023, now we're at the dawn of the new strategic plan starting out and our schools already have met 100% SEL. And that is something that is very important. Within that, there's more conversations about, CASEL accreditation, which I know in our different meetings, we've kind of talked about that and how you continue to hold that rubric, right, to all of our providers. I want to uplift the efforts of Black SEL, also, working with some of our schools and providing opportunities for students. I want to lift up the DART team as well. Jess Busquet and the county folks who have been meeting and talking about ways to support Durham Public Schools, including along with trauma, resilience, neurodivergence, mental illness, being ways to really make this school district grapple with some of these issues and to be trauma informed, which means there's no shame in any of this, right? And so, we can all continue to talk about this and talk about it openly, that there is support, but that it doesn't take away from anybody because they have to, get support. I mean, that's what we're all about. We all need help. We all need somebody to lean on. Don't let me get started in singing now. But so there's been a lot of work that has happened, and the community conversations right now, they're also looking at the bigger things. So even though tonight, what you brought to our agenda is, social emotional learning, SEL, and school mental health improvement plan, this is so connected to discipline data, and you've seen some questions along DIAC and discipline. There's been the question about restorative practices, and folks want to hear more about that. And I'm just kind of uplifting that I know that is not what this particular point is about, but it touches on how we continue to be trauma informed in every single thing that we have. And as Dr. Pittman mentioned, this really ties in with so many other departments. The Office of Accountability and Research, It ties in with our equity office. It ties in with our multilingual resource center. It ties in with ESL. It ties in with everyone. I mean, all our academic services. I mean, this is important work. I guess my question is in terms of partnerships, and I've mentioned, trauma, and I know that there's so many folks who have met with you and wanted to talk to you about, whether it's Durham Tri, whether it's some of my colleagues and I met with Kristen, I believe, from I'm going to get in trouble, but support for students who are pregnant and needs the additional support. And this is the Heart team. Heart program. I want to uplift the Heart program. And so I really appreciate, the ways that, we continue to have these conversations with the partners. The PTAs have also, in the past, I have attended safety, mental health kind of talks that they'll bring somebody from community to have conversations. And so our PTAs are also doing that. I'm wondering if, because we have all this information here, if we can continue to build and shout out that work, because I want you to also get those shout outs as to like how we're continuing to keep an eye on all the different partners and what things they're doing. And I know that we can't possibly know everything that is happening because our schools are taking initiative and they have relationships with certain folks. But as we continue to, the same way we did for the community engagement and some partners that come in and offer services when it comes to mental health supports, the co-located is one piece. And then some of these other partnerships, Durham, the TILT program coming out of Duke is a partner. And so I know that we've had in previous presentations logos, right? The different logos of folks and where they are. And this is going to be work that is going to be ongoing. So I just want to continue to just shout out the partnerships and just also figure out like ways that we can continue to like showcase, how we're growing those supports even beyond what is being offered inside the building so that there's connection with community. So just a thought, and really appreciate the work that you do. Thank you. Okay, with that, we are at the summary of follow-up items, unless there's any more discussion. Did you have any more discussion, Jessica? No? Okay, sorry, just looking around. And our colleagues also online seem to be okay. I'm just double checking. Are we ready to move to summary of follow-up items?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Members. Good evening, board members. I have follow-up items. This is my first time taking over, so please forgive me if I forgot something. The first one I have is follow up with the parent that spoke at the board meeting tonight, and Dr. Giovanni actually went out and spoke to her before she left, so that has been taken care of. Next, Dr. Mabenga will identify principals who will provide feedback to the board regarding policy 3410, just for additional feedback. Number 3, salary schedules need to be brought back to the board at the next meeting, November 26th, as an agenda item. Number 4, how much time our students are spending in the program, who will report outcomes back to the board when it comes to SEL and mental health. Also, data from panorama screening and rates of participation brought back to the board as well. And finally, a comprehensive list of staffing and a plan when funding expires for ESSER. And that.
Okay. Thank you. So those were our summary of follow-up items. If anybody has any feedback on that, I would like to just take one point of personal privilege because I have the floor. I mentioned, initially that, this was Hispanic Heritage Month. And our city has done a proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month. And our Governor Cooper, also issued a proclamation. And the White House also has a proclamation. And I'm not going to read them because we're not going to be here all night. But, I found something about what President Biden said in reference to Hispanic Heritage Month. He said, I've also often said that America can be defined in one word: possibilities. The Hispanic community has embodied that ideal, lives the dreams, not only for those who arrived here, but the legacy of families that have been here for centuries. And I really like that acknowledgement because in our school district, we have families that may be recent arrivals, but we're not a monolith. And we have legacies that have been here for a long time. And even as an immigrant, and probably the only immigrant here on the board, not the only Hispanic board member, but immigrant in a way. My roots go back, to this land for a long time when I think about ancestry and even some of the wonderful data that is coming out about Indigenous communities trading. So I really appreciated the work of having these proclamations. And I know that we continue to exemplify this in our resolutions. And I just want to shout out the resolutions that we have passed that acknowledge these populations that, want to be reflected and want to be seen. And there's more in it. So I do encourage folks to just go to the White House website, read the proclamation, to the Governor Cooper's website, read his proclamation, to our city of Durham. City Council passed a resolution as well. And our resolutions here are functional, but if any community members have any resolutions that they think need to be added, we are here and we work together to make sure that we pass more resolutions that acknowledge, what our families that reflect our families and reflect the intentions of our community. And so with that, I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Thank you for that reflection. I really appreciate you sharing that. And with that, I would move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved by Board Member Byron, seconded by Board Member Chavez. And now I'm going to do a roll call vote. And I'm going to start with our colleagues who are joining us remotely. Board Member Lewis.
This is Javaya Lewis. I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers.
This is Millicent Rogers, and I vote aye.
Thank you. Board Member Byer.
Aye.
Board Member Jessica Cardon.
Aye.
Board Member Emily Chavez.
Aye.
Board Member Umstead.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. And we are now going into closed session. Thank you. We're back in open session. Dr. Mabenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
Move approval of the personnel report dated October twelfth, 2023.
Second,
Been properly moved and seconded by Board Member Byer and seconded by Board Member Rogers. I'm going to do a roll call vote. Board Member Lewis,
Mr. Bonnie Lewis, I vote aye.
Board Member Rogers,
Millicent Rogers, I vote aye.
Board Member Byer,
Aye.
Board Member Jessica Cardo Otten, aye. Board Member Emily Chavez,
Aye.
Board Member Bettina Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. And so it passes unanimously. And now we are adjourned.